But then this last minute, hata usijitese, don't ati struggle sahi ndio unaona bank reconciliation for the first time, halafu ati unataka make sense. Don't I have a story for you? Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. So what you do is oh Lord. Okay, so what you do is you focus on theory. You focus on theory. If mathematics it does not make sense to you, it's not adding up. Just focus on the theoretical bit. That is what I did. Now that paper, mathematics won't be more than 30 marks. That's mathematics combined. Even if it's question 1, mathematics won't be more than 30 marks. Yeah. So out of 60, make sure theory you get 30 out of 30, or maybe if worst comes to worst, just get 25 out of 30. So if you're able to scoop 25 out of 30 in your theory, and then mathematics at your like bad, you get, let's say, a 15 in your mathematics, yeah, then ideally you'll already have done well, because you will effortlessly have a 40 if you're able. That's what I did, by the way. I didn't know maths at all, and then we failed our LPM project work. We had a 10. We had a flat 10, yeah. So I capitalized on theory. Like, I knew every single thing about theory. I knew if they try test on methods of recruitment, I'm going to get all the marks there. Like, I knew in and out about theory. So my purpose for you today is to actually, honestly, I have nothing to teach you about mathematics. I have no advice other than to tell you to remember the tables, how they look like. Otherwise, honestly, I won't even lie to you guys. So just show you theory. And then make sure, because I'm going to show you about theory, everything on theory, at least you get like a 30 out of 30 theory, because theory will be at least 30 or more. Okay. So scope a 30 and then you scope the other 30 in your, oh my good Lord. Actually, I don't know what's happening. Just give me 1 minute. I sort my camera. You know, it's saying my camera is on and then says it's not. Oh my good Lord. Okay, just give me 1 quick minute. 1 minute, please. We are starting now. I want to check my slide. Oh my good God. This is my camera. Oh, okay. Let me check my slides. Let me check my slides and then we start. In the meantime, please guys share with me a course outline, a soft. I have a hard copy. So could share on WhatsApp or via the badge revisions email. And then you mute.
Lydia.
Yes.
There's some people asking for the link in the group, please.
Oh, sawa. Let's share with them. Let me check who they are and then I send it. Thank you for that. Oh Lord. Okay, sawa. Let me check. Okay, guys, we should start now. I think whoever tries to request for the link, unfortunately, you know, I don't know how to multitask. I wish I could have someone to help me, but oh Lord. Oh my God. Let me just try as I get my slide. Yeah?
I offer to help you.
Oh Lord, you can help me, but now you know how to tell you this is the name of this person so that you can admit them. The dynamics are so complicated.
No. They'll be sending me the M-Pesa messages.
Come on, but
no, let them send me. They can send me the money. I'll account for it.
Watch him, I know you. I won't hear from you again. Kwanza vile you're done with the exams, you'll just block me. Okay, I've sent them the link. Aki, let me just get the slide restart. In the meantime, Elijah, please share with me a soft copy of the course outline. As I try to check my slides on human resource. Oh, okay. Before we start, the paper, the theory paper, okay, the whole paper is divided into 3 parts. Yeah, it has 3 parts. There is part A, or section A. Section A will be commercial accounts. So if you're good with mathematics, you could start with that. Yeah. And then section B of the paper will be your human resource management. It will be 10 marks, 20 marks actually. Yeah. And then office practice will be 20 marks as well. Yeah. But from those parts, the instructions will be that you proceed and answer question 1 compulsorily. And then for all these other questions, you can choose from whatever section you want, but you have to answer 1 question from each section. Yeah. And a 5th question from any of the sections. Anyway, nonetheless, I think we should just start. Let me check my slides, but those are the 3 parts of your paper. Someone suggested we start with human resource because they say that office practice is not as complicated. So I'm going to get my slides on human resource. Just give me 1 minute. I'm a little bit disorganized today. I'm sorry. So just give me 1 quick minute. I get my slides on human resource. Okay, guys, by the way, today you'll have to do a lot of listening to me because I don't want to share slide after slide for different topics. And actually, you have them. You have the slides. Someone shared them. Okay, so human resource. Okay, just give me one minute, please, guys. I am so sorry. I know right now you're boiling with anxiety, but I got what I was looking for. Okay, there is a book that I usually use. It's the Kimari's book. I am not sure whether you have Kimari's book. It has really good notes on human resource. By the way, guys, see, you can try and listen to me. Cindy, just to make it easy, to allow you time to go and look at mathematics. But I'll make sure to tell you everything that you need. Yeah, so just try and listen to me, try and follow through. But I'm going to share Kimari's book on human resource shortly. Okay, so human resource, there are 4 types of resources that any company might need, or any particular organization might need. So these type of resources include, number 1, humans. Yeah, that's the first type of a resource, human. Of course, human will be you and me, like the human workforce. And then number 2, there will be finances. Finance is a type of a resource because it enables actually let things move. You know, ideally, without money, you wouldn't even be able to sustain your workforce, your human workforce. And then thirdly, we have machines. A machine is equally defined as a type of a resource for the simple reason machine enable work to move equally faster, for example, laptops, printers, and such. And equally, fourthly, materials, yeah, especially where you need maybe materials to come up with a final product, then material will be one of your resources. So those are the 4 types of resources. It could be a human resource, it could be a financial resource, could be a machine resource, could be a material resource. Okay, so human resource usually will focus on several things. Yeah, so I'll tell you objectives of focus of human resource very generally. Of course, now having understood what a resource is. Yeah, so a human resource will focus on the staff and relevant skills, because we've already said that human resource concerns itself with human as a resource. So human resource will focus on you guys, you and me, and the skills that you have that are relevant to enable an organization meets its objectives. Yeah. And then number 2, optimal number of staff. So human resource, to that extent, you see, sometimes you might have duplication of duties, especially if you're just hiring people and you're not looking at the needs of the organization. So usually human resource will equally focus on optimal number of staff that you only need, and making sure that you don't have any duplication of roles. Equally, human resource will look at organizational structure and make sure staff are correctly deployed. Yeah. So for example, we would look at maybe say the production chain. Of course, you would put people who have such skills on the production chain. Equally looks at whether the company has resources in terms of machines, because we said a machine is equally a type of human resource. So we will look at that. We would look at that in human resource. Equally, we'll focus on relevant materials, whether they're available, and we'll look at whether guys who are being employed have the correct tools and actual knowledge and skills in order to deliver. So if the question asks you the objectives of human resource, basically you would answer that question in regard to the 4 types of resources. Yeah, you would say to make sure that we have optimal number of staff. Equally, make sure that financial resources are capable of ensuring that the human resource is able to seamlessly conduct its business. Like you would answer objectives of human resource, or any question that asks you the advantages of human resource using the 4 pointers. So you really need not overthink. Yeah. So you're not going to belabor the point on objective of human resource, as long as you understand the 4 types of human resource. The other bit is the functions of human resource management. That particular question has been examined so many times, and you will answer it 3 times. Oh Lord, by the way, but trust me, I'm still trying to get Kimari's book. You will answer that question in 3 times. You'll say, if the question is functions of human resource management, number 1, managerial function. Yeah, that's number 1. Managerial function is to the extent, these are basically functions required of any manager. Yeah. So these functions include planning, organizing, directing, controlling, such functions. Yeah. So you could say one of the general functions of human resource management is managerial function. And then secondly, operative function. Operative function includes, number 1, operative functions are department specific. Yeah. For example, procurement. So procurement will include things like procuring what we need. For example, raw materials, for example, machines. Include compensation. Compensation is equally an operative function, compensating the human resource or guys who are working there. Equally, you would say maintenance in terms of allowances, making sure we are training the staff, and also promotion. So operative functions include procurement, compensation, maintenance, and promotion of the staff that are already there. Now, the other bit as you move on is regarding strategic human resource management. I think probably you might have seen that as you are revising, because of course I know that you guys have been revising. Let me share the slides. I found what I was looking for. So just give me 1 minute. So strategic human resource management is basically, so let's define strategic human resource management. Yeah, and then we will discuss what it is generally. So strategic human resource management, or what you would call SHRM, means accepting. Okay, it means accepting and involving human resource function. Okay, it means accepting and involving human resource function as a strategic partner in formulation and implementation of the company strategies. So basically it means SHRM connects human resource with strategic goals and objectives. So you don't look at human resource independently, like an independent function. So strategic SHRM means we are going to look at what the company needs, and then ultimately we make sure that you have such resources to enable us meet such objectives. That is what we call strategic human resource management. Yeah. So it is basically connecting human resource with our strategic goals. So we don't look at human resource like independently without looking at the strategic goals or the goals that we have as a company. Okay. So there is a definition of human resource management over here. So don't belabor the point. There's some objectives here, achieve organizational goals. I've told you guys you can use those 4 points on what is human resource to answer that question. I've already told you this has been an exam question a few times. So the question is functions of human resource management. You would answer 2 tier. Your answer will be managerial function, and then you would say that human resource enables managers, because managerial functions, these are functions which are bestowed upon managers. So we'll say it enables managers to actually manage that particular farm in the following terms. Number one, in terms of planning. So planning means a manager is able to set like a mission. We're able to have a mission. We are able to have policies, and therefore we might need human resource capacity to enable us meet such. So planning is a managerial function and equally a function of human resource management. Equally organizing, a manager or whoever is in the capacity, a managerial capacity, will maybe allocate specific roles to specific positions. So that's the function of a manager, or whoever is managing the farm. Equally directing is basically giving instructions. Okay, so you'll get instructions from a manager for whatever capacity you're at. If you work in the conveyancing department, you might get instructions from the or managing partner. Equally, what else is there? Yeah, that's all. So operative functions, we say these are department specific. They could be procurement. Procurement is basically sourcing for what you need. We'll discuss procurement. And then development. Development is basically making sure continuously we are able to maybe continuously educate whoever is in their different roles to make sure they're up to task. We've discussed compensation and maintenance. We've said compensation is basically paying those guys. Maintenance is maybe giving them allowances, promotion, such things. Every single person who is your human resource. Okay. So if we're discussing functions of human resource management, please don't forget it's a managerial function, and then an operative function, which is department specific. So we've discussed strategic human resource management. I was telling you this is basically where you connect your human resource with your goals. Okay, so you don't look at human resource like independently. You look at it from an angle of your goals as well as an organization. Okay, the role of human resource management in strategic management, basically, what is called synergy. So strategic management will enable a company to meet its strategies, because the two actually enable each other. There's some theories here. I've never seen it in an exam. Well, nonetheless, we can look at it quickly. So these theories are theories. Oh Lord, I don't think anyone would ask you. Nonetheless, just one. So these are theories behind strategic human resource management. One of them is number one, alignment of there's some here, and there's some I have on my book. Maybe we could start with these ones. So SHRM is identified with business strategies, because as I've told us, SHRM is what enables a company get the adequate and necessary resources to achieve its objectives. Equally, SHRM can be defined as HRM, farm performance link, or basically it's a link between recruitment and performance. So the human resource department will know that one has particular skills to perform a particular task. Honestly, I really don't think anyone will examine theories, but it doesn't hurt for you to just have an idea, of what these academic theories are. There is equally, and I could type some easy one for you. Let me just tell you verbally. Okay, number one, a SHRM can be defined as HRM, farm performance link. Basically, this is where we're able to know exactly what we need for a particular role, and then we get someone who has those qualifications. Nonetheless, honestly, I don't think that will be in the paper, surely. There's some there. There's some other academic. There are only 3 academic theories listed on slide number 2, and then human resource planning is defined as number 1, Now, human resource planning is different from human resource management. Human resource planning is the process of forecasting the human resource needed and planning as to obtaining it and compensatory mechanism. So human resource planning, as the name suggests, it's the process of planning ahead. Like you would know, onset of next year, we need more laptops because right now we have virtual courts, or you'll know we need more conveyancing consoles because right now we have a lot of conveyancing files. So it's the process of forecasting, yeah, what is needed in the future and planning towards acquisition of the same. That is what human resource planning is. And this particular process, it has four elements. Yeah, it involves four activities. Number one, forecasting. Forecasting is basically, you know, your country told you not to forecast weather. Don't say your journey mvua. So forecasting is basically looking at the situation as it is or the status quo, and then being able to pick what you might need. So forecasting is just trying to look ahead, and then you're able to tell us, you know, in the next 2 years, this is what the farm might need, or in the next 3 months, because of the trajectory we are taking, we might actually need to, let's say, lay off some people because we don't have much convincing work right now. And then number two, inventory. Inventory, any particular organization, any serious organization will keep an inventory. An inventory is what comes in and what you've depleted and what you need to get, maybe via procurement. So inventorying, you can have an electronic inventory right now, or you could have a manual inventory. Yeah. So you just take in what comes in. If you purchase, let's say, a bundle of printing papers, of course you take into account that you put it in your inventory. So it shows what is coming in, what you have depleted, and therefore enables you to know what you need. Yeah. And then anticipating, as we shortly discussed, you don't just anticipate. There's some words used to anticipate. So anticipating is basically, you know, being able to tell, albeit not very accurately, what exactly might be needed. So after you forecast what you need, you anticipate to what extent do we need these workers? Do we need 5? Do we need 10? Do we need 15? You know, and then you ultimately plan towards acquisition of that which you might actually have forecasted that you'll need. Okay, so human resource planning involves those 4 important activities. You forecast first, you inventory, you anticipate, and then lastly you plan. I used to call this FIFA. Yeah, you know, yeah, I used to call it FIFA. Very interesting. So you define human resource planning because you've already done. Let's define manpower planning vis-a-vis human resource planning. So manpower is concern of manpower, like it concerns itself with manpower. Yeah, manpower will take cognizance of the power of the people to make positive contribution. And manpower does not at all concern itself with weaknesses. So if, let's say, you're really poor at drafting, manpower planning does not look at how do we improve your drafting skills. So manpower concerns itself with your power, like with your strengths, and weaknesses is not its concern. Okay. Human resource planning, on the other hand, is more resourceful because it looks at you like an all enterprise. Okay, so you as an individual, you're really poor at drafting. Okay, but you're so good with oratory skills. Now, how do we improve you to become a better drafter? So human resource planning, unlike manpower, will focus on the enterprises, or rather the individual's weaknesses, and focus on how to improve or to maybe sharpen those weaknesses. Manpower planning does not concern itself with your weaknesses. So it's up to you to actually, okay, rather, it doesn't really care about your weaknesses. Human resource planning looks at you like an all enterprise, looks at your potential, looks at your weaknesses, and how we can improve your weaknesses so you can become better. Yeah, unlike manpower planning, which just concerns itself with your power or your capacity to make positive contribution without throwing a care in the world about your weaknesses. Okay, that's the distinction between manpower planning and human resource planning. Okay, objectives of human resource planning. Oh Lord, you know your objectives are here. Like if you can remember FIPA, yeah? Yani, if you can remember FIPA, you know objectives of human resource planning, because you will say number one, adequate. Make sure that we have adequate supply of manpower. You see, if we are able to forecast, that onset of next year, we might have some pupils coming in. Then, of course, we might need to acquire new desks. So, and we forecast, oh Lord, we might actually need more guys in the litigation department because we have 10 files coming in every single month. So you're able to plan ahead, okay, and make sure when the time comes, you're not like out in the cold, you have no idea what to do. So it ensures adequate supply of manpower. Number two, ensures employee retention. As the department is planning, because remember, one of the activities of human resource planning is planning. So as we are planning, we'll look onto how we can actually train you, whether we can transfer you. We could have some applications for transfer. So it makes sure we're able to retain guys. If you're in a law firm where you're being actually, they're paying for your gym membership, they're paying for your car insurance, you're likely to stay there. So really good human resource planning plays a big role on employee retention. So we don't have pupils coming in and immediately we ask them, do you want to become associates here? No one wants your stories. And equally ensures appropriate use of existing human resource. If we have maybe duplication of roles, or we have maybe printers we don't need, we have computers that we don't need, of course we get rid of those. Equally, we're able to actually access surplus or shortage and then determine how to deal with surplus. Maybe we can actually decide to declare you redundant if you're such a surplus person. Or basically, you're so many in the litigation department and we don't need 10 guys. So it could actually render you redundant on the basis that you have no work. Equally, we're able to anticipate the impact of ICT and plan of it on it, because ICT is very, very dynamic. So things change on a daily. So you don't want to use a fax. When people are using printer right now. So you want to keep on anticipating what might be the changes in the ICT. Equally, you could conduct, let's say, an ICT, what are they called? Those guys for ICT, they can do for you, like they could check what you're using and advise on where any improvements that you could do. You could get an ICT guy to do that for you as you're anticipating what you might need in future in terms of ICT. Equally, you're able to control your human resource. You can actually reshuffle guys from departments depending on their strengths, their weaknesses. Equally, you're able to get feedback, because shortly we'll see how you get feedback during human resource planning. So we won't belabor on the need and importance of human resource planning, because they're the same points: fill shortage, ensure smooth supply of workers, essential phase of workforce turnover, ICT changes, same points. So you're not going to belabor the point because of the time. So human resource planning is there's different levels for human resource planning. So it could be national level. Of course, national level is when we conduct our census, we want to know how many citizens do we have, and therefore how much do we steal from them? How much tax do we ask from each one of them? And how much do we pocket from each one of these guys, So national level, maybe conducting census to enable us plan ahead. Number two, sector in terms of pocketing money. And then number two, because I don't think census helps in any way in this country, honestly. And then sector level could be, let's say, looking at specific sector. Let's say agriculture sector. You're looking at your particular law firm. You look at, let's say, a department, and you want to see how to improve that department. Equally, industry level means different industries. You could plan, regarding those particular industries. Equally could be at an industrial unit or the farm level in your law firm. Like, what can you do to improve that particular space for your human resource? Okay, so of importance would be methods of forecasting, because I told you guys you have to forecast using a formula. You don't just think and then you're like, you know what, this is not my happen. So there's some methods of forecasting here. They include number one, you can forecast. That is what I want us to look at. Number one, management judgment. So management judgment is basically where you look at your organization, like in its entirety, and see how particular roles are allocated to different people. And then you could decide that there's some you're looking at the internal factors that affect your workforce. Yeah, maybe you're asking people to come too early, or maybe guys are not adequately compensated. So management judgment is basically looking at internally, what are you doing? Like, what is affecting your workforce internally, and what could we do better? And looking at department, whether you have enough workforce. And then number 2, so these are methods of forecasting. Number 2, work study method. Work study method is where you look at the output. Yeah, you look at the future, you look at the output now, and then you look at the future and determine the number of employees that you might need to achieve that output. Let's say if one employee right now is handling 1 litigation file per week, and you have 30 files, it means you might need 30 guys to be able to handle a file a day. So work study method, you look at the output right now, what is every single person doing? And therefore looking at what one person is doing, how many people might we need to achieve a particular output? Yeah, that's work study method. And then ratio trend analysis. Ratio trend analysis means you look at the work completed by each of the employee vis-a-vis the time. Well, almost related to work study method, but ratio trend is very time sensitive. How are you using 2 hours? Yeah, are you using 2 hours to draft submissions? And we have 10 files for submissions. So ratio trend method equally looks at work completed by each employee vis-a-vis the time that they've used to complete the work, and therefore we're able to see how much time we might need for, or rather how many employees we might need in future to be able to complete a particular bulk of work. And then Delphi technique method is where you send out questionnaires. Yeah, so questionnaires are given to relevant people. Let's say department, you give questionnaires to the litigation department guys, and information is analyzed. Yeah, you analyze the information that you get from them. So it's basically questionnaires, and then you're given information, you analyze the results that you've been given, and then consequently you're able to make determination depending on the answers that you get from your employees. And then flow model is equally another type of forecasting that ensures you look at a certain time period against the work done. Flow models will be done together with ratio trend analysis. The flow model equally will look at the work completed, the time that you've used. Those are mathematical issues. And then the last one, mathematical model. Okay, so mathematical model as defined by her name is Monde, you know. She said that mathematical model looks at the relationship between a dependent variable and an independent variable, and you run them on a regression. Honestly, so that is mathematical model. You basically look at the relationship between, I think it will be mathematical, like numbers, and then you're able to determine maybe what, probably that will be done by like a human resource expert, the mathematical model, and then they're able to advise you, you know, how many employees would you need for this purpose. There is another one called a bottom-up approach. A bottom-up approach looks at the specific department and informing the top management what they might need. Like bottom up, you at the department level, what do you need? And then you inform those guys at the top management. It's called, of course, there is no you're forgetting bottom up approach. You know, that is what your people lied to us. And now look at us. So bottom up approach basically involves the department or the lower, not the lower, the specific department informing the top management what they need, like in that department. Maybe we need more laptops, we need more printers, we need more printing papers, we need some pens, you know, we need stationery. Actually, we need one more person. The work is a lot, you know. That's bottom up. Bottom up approach. Yeah. And then we have, so don't forget, at least just remember 3 at most. Just remember 3 methods of forecasting, because you said human resource planning involves forecasting. There's some problems here to human resource planning. The problems include, number 1, basically these are problems which I encounter as you try to forecast. Maybe you'll actually not forecast properly. So some of these problems or barriers include, number 1, perception of overabundance of human resource availability in abundance in our labor surplus economy. You know, the assumption is, honestly, next year, you'll have so many unsolicited applications maybe from guys who've been admitted lately, last week. Yeah, you'll equally have some applications from guys who are being admitted right now. So the assumption is you actually need not do anything. These guys will actually apply nonetheless. So you don't even plan how you're going to employ people next year, because the assumption is we always have unsolicited applications from those guys. We are going to pick one, you know. So there is that perception that you have. There is overly too many people who are looking to be employed. So there is that perception, albeit accurate. You might actually miss the whole point, because from your unsolicited applications, you might not get the right guy. Yeah. So you have to plan ahead. Don't just assume, you know what, our guys will apply nonetheless. Or you just wait until the last minute and then you tell people, you have 2 days to send in your applications. You might miss out your correct candidate. And then number 2, the demand for and the supply of human resource might not be accurate sometimes. Maybe you do your Delphi technique, or you do your ratio trend analysis. Yeah. So maybe that employee that day was overly motivated. So they were able to finish 10 files in a day. So your assumption is, well, if this employee finishes 10 files in a day, we only need 2 employees in this litigation department. But it might not be accurate all the time. Yeah, the demand and the supply. Equally, existence of uncertainties, you know. These uncertainties, for example, absenteeisms, you might not be able to accurately determine how much work is completed by an employee, maybe on a weekly basis, because there is an employee who decided to go to Solfest. They didn't turn up for work for the next 3 days. They were saying they are sick, you know. So because of absenteeism, we might not be able to accurately plan ahead. Or maybe seasonal employment, you know. Those guys, we employ them on a casual basis. They live. But in my last job, I left without saying. So I equally think I'm part of the problem. Yeah. So there's some barriers. Equally, existence of conflict between qualitative and quantitative approaches. You know, these approaches, for example, at the expense of trying to save. Yeah. So like, let me just look at what these employees, you don't maybe get a very qualified in a law firm. There's no one who will do a mathematical model for you. You have to like outsource. Yeah. Equally, wrong perception that human resource personnel are experts in handling personnel matters. Human resource personnel are not experts. I remember there was a witness who was asked in court during cross-exam whether they are an expert in human resource matters, and she was so quick to say no. Yeah. So there is that perception that a human resource, your human resource knows everything human resource, which is inaccurate. Sometimes they might actually need to outsource maybe experts, yeah, to help them calculate mathematical model. Equally, what else? Human resource planning is based on data related to human resource. Therefore, there is absent and reliable data. Ineffective human resource have to be developed. So you see, human resource is a very general term. Yeah. So as you're planning, you need to look beyond. You remember strategic human resource planning. Like, look at what are your objectives, and then against those objectives, what might we need as you guys are planning. Yeah. So there's some solutions here. How do you make human resource effective? Honestly, guys, come on. So number 1, view human resource as an integral part of corporate planning. Let me tell you the truth. So, you know, onset of this year, I started running shop. Yeah. You know, I was like, human resource is never important. But now the problem is with human resource, most guys don't take it like an integral, me included, everybody. Yeah, people don't take it seriously. They think if you have like 50 employees, that's the point that you need a human resource. But it's actually from the onset. One of the examples is, you know how sexual, we literally discuss sexual harassment is very prevalent in law firms. So imagine your harasser, your sexual harasser is the managing partner. To whom are you going to report to if there is no human resource? So human resource is a very integral part. It shouldn't be ignored at the expense of saving costs. Number 2, ensure you support and commit as a top management, you support and commit the human resource planning. Like, deliberately put your best foot forward. If the human resource needs some information, they need some expert to assist in maybe forecasting, just make sure it's available. Equally, keep complete and accurate records. Of course, from records, you're able to forecast and you're able to plan ahead. In absence of any records, you might have zero work. You might not be able, especially where employees don't clock in, you know. like someone comes at 9, other people come at lunch hour. There is a guy who used to come in the office at 4. And then you're like, are you serious? So such people, you're not clocking in. They're not logs. So therefore, we are unable to actually monitor the work done by each employee accurately because they were not even there on that day, yet we are calculating as if they were there. So we have to keep complete and accurate records. Equally, we have to accommodate changing needs of the organization because again, human resource is very dynamic. It's not a static element of an organization. Equally stress on both qualitative and quantitative aspects of human resource planning. Okay, so in this course, in this unit, every topic has legal framework. But then have you guys sent me the course outline? I have my copy. Please send me. I'll really, really appreciate. Equally, if you're able to send on oh my good God.
I've
Oh
sent-
Lord.
I've sent on WhatsApp. I've sent on WhatsApp.
Oh, you do have my email address. Can you please share on the email? I'll really yeah, bar revision sessions, that one. I know you have it. Yeah, please share that. So, oh Lord. Okay, so guys, so every unit, I mean, every topic in this unit has legal framework. So legal framework, just understand like, the Constitution. Okay, let me just give you a few, yeah? So it has never been examined. Maybe it's to enable guys just to make sure you guys don't ignore it entirely. So you could have the Constitution. The Constitution, you will talk about right to employment, such things. And then you have Leadership and Integrity Act. As a manager, you have to have some integrity. Public Service, the usual act, Work Injury Benefits Act or WIBA. If an employee gets injured at workplace, are you going to oh, I found the course outline. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate. Please send it on my email. Unajua, you might send it alafu you are a pupil. Anyway, so WIBA, you'll talk about WIBA, Occupational Safety and Health Act, the fact that, those guys have to make sure, the management has to make sure the place is actually safe for occupation. There's some international labor conventions here. Honestly, I don't think, otherwise, maybe out of malice, anyone would ask you legal framework, but at least just have a general idea. These are the acts that will apply in this unit. Like these, they'll keep on being repeated. Just say generally, WIBA provides for compensation of anyone who gets injured at work, Like Labor Institutions Act provides for unionizable employees. The Employment Act provides for your right of employment, your right of being informed, maybe if you're being shuffled, because you said human resource can actually transfer you, yeah? So such things. Okay, so we go to the next thing. Let's see what's on the course outline. The next thing is career development and management. So career development and management is basically making sure, the lifelong process, yeah, is that you want to keep on advancing, okay? You don't to be an associate for the rest of your life. So career development basically ensures that employees are able to upscale, okay? Even as you work in a law firm or wherever, you're able to upscale, yeah? That's the importance of career development. Let me just check some slides and then I share them with you. And then you see what you're talking about. Just give me 1 minute. I check it. Okay. Okay. Oh Lord. Okay. Yes. One minute. I have on it here. Okay. So career development is basically making sure that employees do not stagnate at one place. You might be in a job, you've been a pupil for 13 years. So career management, the goal is to make sure that employees are able to upskill, like whatever you want to do, you're able to do, yeah? So objectives of career development, just try and follow. Senior, objectives of career development will be, number one, to boost commitment in the organization. You see, honestly, if you pay for my LLM in international humanitarian law, I'm never leaving that job, So it boosts commitment. Like people become loyal to you because they're able to see, oh Lord, this particular person actually is concerned about my career development. It's not just about the organization, yeah? And then number two, it helps the management guide the employees in career decision making. So you're able to look at an employee and consequently determine what that employee might need, maybe in terms of what they tell you. If I tell you that, my next agenda over here is to actually make sure I make partner, then you're able to advise me on how to make partner. Equally, it fosters employee satisfaction. You see, now, honestly, Tonge Tukwi, there's some law firms here, out here, yeah, they send you for your masters. I was shocked. I was surprised. Like they literally send you for your pay every single penny. And actually they ask you to choose your uni and they facilitate your application. They actually your recommenders are the managing partners. So of course you'll be satisfied. After your masters, you're coming back unless you're a bad person. Equally, we'll have a proper feedback system because if we meet today to discuss what you want to do in future, yeah, I'll be able to tell you we'll review next year. So it facilitates a proper feedback system from your employees to the management regarding their career development. So those are your, like, generally, the reason why you motivate employees is because you want them, career development is because you want them to remain loyal. You want to boost their core commitment. You want to foster their satisfaction. Equally, you want to have some proper feedback regarding how far they have gone, maybe from your previous discussions. Equally, you're able to guide them in regards to their decision making. Yeah, there's some theories of career development management. Number one is motivational theory. Motivational theory is basically we are actually doing this, yeah, because we want you to be motivated and we want you to stay on top of your work, because as humans, we prefer a place where our needs are fulfilled and our wants are fulfilled. And therefore, if the law firm actually deliberately looks into your, oh Lord, what do we do for these employees? You'll stay there. Yeah. So there is motivational theory. The other theory is resource-based theory. Resource-based theory. Oh, I've seen the course outline. Thank you so much for sharing. Resource-based theory is basically where an organization wants to achieve a competitive advantage. Yeah. So if the employee becomes treasured, they become competitive. Let's say if I'm handling a brief and the other guy is a senior counsel, they were admitted in 1905, and I am properly taken care of. In fact, I'm from a recent data protection course. I will give it my best shot because I know over here, these guys actually care about my needs. Okay, so employees are able to stay competitive. Equally, the other theory is social exchange theory. Social exchange theory, the dictate is human will weigh risks against benefits. Like you will weigh your risks against your benefits. Okay, what's in stake over here? Because I wake up at 6, I wake up at 4, and then take a matatu from Lolongo to CBD for work, okay? And more often than not, it is actually raining very heavily. And I don't even have a medical cover, number one. Number two, you guys are doing nothing to motivate me. I get rained on. Asubuhi, unajua sahi siku ya El Nino. Asubuhi jioni. Such an employee is more likely to remain very uncommitted. So social exchange theory is the concept that, an organization realizes a human is able to weigh what are my risks, what are my benefits. If you're paying for my LLM, boom, this is the place. And then the other theory is stakeholder theory. Stakeholder theory basically looks at if the organization is able to actually look at all its stakeholders. Most of the organizations will focus on their top management. Like top management will get a club membership, they'll get car insurances, they'll get their fuel every month, they'll get their house allowances, and you other guys, you get nothing, okay? And actually you're doing most of the work. So stakeholder theory, is someone saying Lydia? Yes.
Yes, slides are not moving.
Oh yeah, they're not moving deliberately. Just
Okay.
listen. You just try and listen. I figured I have to keep moving. Yeah, so don't forget those theories. I hope you've been taking keynote. You've been taking keynote of the theories. Okay, so don't forget those theories just in case you need them. We've said motivational theory, resource-based theory, social exchange theory, and stakeholder theory. Okay. So the other thing, career development, there's some stages in career development management. So these stages include, okay, maybe I could scroll down the slides for you. Okay, there's some stages. Number one, exploration. So exploration is where you try to explore with an employee what they would like. Yeah. So you'll be asking them in the next 5 years, where do you see yourself? Yeah. So that is exploration stage. You are just asking the employee, oh Lord, let me just try and type it for you here. Oh my God. Oh Lord, no. Oh Lord, this is bad. Let me just try type over here. So these are stages in career CDM, career development management. Number one, we said exploration. Exploration is where you try to ask the employee what they would like what are you, where do you see yourself? You know, that's the question. Where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? The employee will tell you, you know what, I think I'll be, I want to have pursued my master's. I want to do in the Diara. So you're able to advise the employee from that point. Equally, there is establishment and achievement. So look at establishment and achievement, what the employee has been able to do so far, and whether actually what they are saying is actually, pragmatic. So if this guy never finished the LLB, why do they want an LLM? So look at their establishment and their achievement so far. Equally, look at mid-career. Okay, so mid-career is like, let's say right now you guys get admitted next year. Your mid-career would be maybe 15 years in. Okay, 15 years in, that takes you right now, let's say you're 20. How old are you guys? 25, give or take, plus 15, that takes you like 40. I don't know mathematics. So mid-career is like in between, like from the point you start, maybe 15 years in. What have you done so far? What do you want to achieve? And then there is late career. Late career is now where you're planning. What are you gonna do when your career is the sunset of your career? Like now you're dwindling, the energy is actually dying. You'll be so energetic up until you're practicing for 65. You'll be so exhausted. Yeah, like your late career, what do you seek to have achieved at that point career wise? So late career will be, let's say you're kiddo 55, 58, 60s, like late career. Okay, and then ultimately decline is where now you can no longer work. So at that particular point, as you leave, as you exit, as we hold the farewell party for you, what do you want to have achieved? So that's how those are the stages in your career development management. We explore what are the options available for you to grow. Number two, we establish those particular maybe achievable things to achieve, and then we look at what you've done so far, and then we look at how to get to your mid-career, what you need to have achieved, then your late career, and then your decline. Basically, as you exit, now you can no longer work. You can't go to work every day. What do you need to have achieved? Okay. So career development planning process, it was defined here, career development planning process. It's over here. So you look at the career development planning process. You just look at what I've told you guys. Yeah. So you an employee during career development planning process. Of course, let's say as a managing partner, you'll first of all need to call them, and then you will ask the employee to select their career goals and the path to these goals. So that's career planning. And then career development, you would ask them to actually take personal improvement in order to achieve the plan, because the plan will just remain as a plan if the employees don't execute it. Okay. And then career management is now designing on how the implementation process. How exactly do we achieve what the employee says they want to achieve? That's career planning development process. You just call your employee, you discuss with them their goals, and then you look at exploration, establishment and achievement, their mid-career, their late career, and then ultimately the decline and what they want to have achieved as they maybe exit exit their career life, they don't want to work anymore, or maybe they don't even have any capacity to work at all. Yeah, there's some career development programs here. It's on slide number 13. Once I share it with you guys, you'll get a chance to look at it. But of importance is the process of supporting an employee. Yeah, like you as a managing partner, or you as in a managerial position, how do you support employees on their career development plan? Of course, now after you've called them, you've discussed with them, they've told you what they would want to have achieved. How do you now assist an employee? Because you know that sounds like an exam question. Like how will the organization support an employee on achieving their career development plans? So number one would include meeting individually in order to identify the employee's long-term career interests. Number one, yeah, you meet the employees to discuss with them first and foremost what I've been telling you. So the employee will tell you what they want to achieve. They will tell you probably whatever they tell you. Yeah, maybe they want to be a partner. And then secondly, after you meet the employee, you'll proceed and identify the resources within the organizations that can actually assist the employee. So for example, if you don't have, let's say, like at all, you have no openings, yeah, that would assist these employees, climb up, then you tell them. So maybe they can shift their focus. So you identify any resources that you have, secondly, in that particular organization that might be able to help an employee to achieve their career development plan. And then you proceed and prepare the development plan together. So as you prepare the development plan, you'll be asking your employee like what they want to do. It's about them. It's about your employee. You ask them, what do you want to do? And then after you prepare the development plan, you have a second in-person meeting. You will like slate another meeting after your first one. So your second one is to enable you to review the proposed plan and revise it if need be. So you look at what you already have with your employee and tell them, hey, I think we need to revise this because it's not possible to this extent. And then lastly, you meet every media and end of year to review performance. So you'll be consistently meeting your employee at least every media will be June, April, July. You call them, you did August, media in June. Anyway, the 6th month of the year, you call them. And then the year end, you call them, you review performance. So far, they had said they would actually undertake an arbitration course. They have never even applied. You might need to relook at that, see whether they actually set achievable, you guys set achievable goals in your career development plan. Yeah, so that's how you would assess as an organization. Yeah, that's how you would assess. And as you're actually assessing, you should look at it's called SWOT. You should do SWOT analysis as you guys are coming up with achievables. So SWOT is basically strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. That's how you're able to set a proper career development plan by looking at the employees' strengths, weaknesses. If this employee doesn't know mathematics, what are they going to do why do they want to become a certified public accountant? So you look at that strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, enables you come up with a really, really good career development plan. Okay, so consequently, it might be important for us to mention briefly a manager's responsibilities when dealing with basically career development plan of an employee. So the responsibilities of any manager, yeah, or any person in a managerial capacity, let's say a managing partner, their responsibilities include, number one, updating the employee's plan. So every single time that you meet with your employee, you need to look at what's the plan. Do you need to actually update it? And then you consequently proceed and update such a plan. Okay. And then number 2, sensitizing your employees on the importance of career development plans. Like you take like a very active role in telling your employees, by the way, don't stagnate here. Of course, many employees don't do that. Employers don't do that. They just let you stagnate there. I know someone who's been a partner for the last, they were admitted in 2002. They've been not a partner, a senior associate, 2002, you know. So really you need to tell people the need for career development plans to enable them actually understand that you care about their needs. Okay. Equally, assist the employee in coming up with a plan. Like just take part, assist your employee to come up with a plan. Look at whether they're achievable using SWOT analysis, and then make sure that the organization has enough resources to enable the employee achieve their goals. So if the employee is very, very, very like they're out there, they really want to be an arbitrator, then make sure you set aside, let's say, a fund to enable such an employee, or you have a plan to enable such an employee undertake such a course to enable them become an arbitrator. Okay, so it is your responsibility as a manager to ensure you have resources to enable this particular person achieve their goals. Equally, evaluate how realistic the goals that have been set by the employees are. The goals can be unachievable. Any an employee saying they want to accounting for lawyers, they got 0. And then these employees telling you they want to pursue some high level mathematics things, you might advise them it's not realistic. Equally, you follow up on the progress actively. You follow up. We've said you have to call for a media meeting, call for end of year, especially right now while you're having your end of year parties in the office. Just call employees, ask them, you know what, how far are we with our career development plans? Did we do that which that we intended to do this year, or do we need to actually relook into the succeeding year on how to make you guys achieve your objectives? Equally, yeah, that's all. Manager's responsibility. That's how you would answer. You ask, hey, what are the manager's responsibilities when it comes to a career development plan? Of course, the impact or the importance of career development in any organization is what we've said, yeah. Equally, it improves the use of your employees. That's one of the impact of career development. You see, an employee becomes more useful if they gain more skills. So if we send you out for an LLM, let's say in commercial law, when you come back, you'll be like, so you're actually enabling us to achieve our objectives in like a mega way. So it improves the use of your employees, improves the employees' efficiency, because especially with those short courses on management of time or how to become useful, you see, it improves the efficiency. They're able to deal ASAP. Equally improves the quality of their work, because if they're advancing their career, of course they're becoming better individuals. So it improves the quality of the work. Equally improves the organization as a whole enterprise. Equally increases the skills of the employees, increases the employee retention, such things. Employee retention is very useful. If an employee just stays there for 1 week and then they leave, then it means you guys are not a good law firm. So there are some challenges of career development. These challenges include, number 1, limited access to interaction between an employee and the management. I know pupil who never met the managing partner from the point they started their pupillage up, and that was the pupil master, up until they completed. So that limited interaction between maybe the management and the employees might actually, might be a hindrance towards maybe developing or even discussing, the very least, a career plan for an employee. Equally, gender discrimination in workplace. Maybe we just, in this employment space, we just want a particular category of people to advance their career. I would have given you examples, but I don't want to be told I'm throwing stones. And then equally, lack of proper education and training. Even basically the management doesn't have any training on how to handle career development management of its employees. So they'll just be there blank. So you are an associate, you have been an associate for the last 15 years, yeah, and no one is telling you, bro, you just move on, So there is lack of training or education on how to handle career plans on the part of the management, okay? And equally, uncertainty after maybe enabling you. You see, we might send you out for your LLM, let's say at Pretoria, and then you come back and disappear. So there is uncertainty. What's going to happen after this? Will the employees become too good for this organization, and then they just want to scale up? So there is that uncertainty. Okay, so let's move on. Let's move on. So we're going to discuss job analysis and design now. Job analysis
Sorry,
and yes, please go on.
sorry, before you go on,
Yes.
there is a specific setting. I'm being locked out after every 5 minutes. When I'm on in is it possible that the settings
let me sort it ASAP. I think I might know what's happening. I am so sorry. Let me just sort it right away. Let me sort it. I forgot to sort it. You have to do it for every single meeting. You guys, why are you removing people? Okay, just give me a minute. Let me. It's called. Oh Lord, I have to. Oh yeah, I found it. Just give me 1 minute. Actually, I'm so sorry for that experience. Let me just manage permissions. 1 quick minute. Let me just share my slides on job analysis as I sort it. I am so sorry. Oh my God. Oh Lord, just 1 minute. I'm not so good with computers. You'll have to forgive me. I am super slow, but I'm really trying. So let me help. Boom. Yeah, so you're sorted now, and I'm so sorry for that experience. Okay, so we discussed job analysis. I hope we are all good now. Job analysis and design. Equally, it's part of human resource. This question has been examined before. It's one of those questions that you can't guess. Like, you cannot guess. If you don't know what job analysis is, then you can't guess. Yeah. So job analysis, equally for all topics for human resource, unlike office management. So let's start with job analysis. Yeah. So job analysis is basically, as it is defined here, an investigation. Yeah, it's an investigation of a job. The job, the contents of the job, and equally the autonomy of a job. So just to make it very simple, job analysis you're looking at, like, what are the job contents? Job content includes the duties that an individual undertakes. Let's say a council at the civil litigation department. Such a council, their job content will include drafting pleadings, extracting decrees, executing, meeting with clients, updating clients. So job analysis is investigating you as a litigation counsel in the litigation department. What do you do? Basically, that's job analysis. You're looking at what this particular guy does and what exactly they need to complete a job. So because you're supposed to inform clients, update clients, periodically, you're equally supposed to draft pleadings, you're equally supposed to extract decrees and execute, then what qualities do you need to meet those functions as a litigation counsel in our litigation department? So that's basically, we'll say that such a counsel needs to uphold client confidentiality because they know a lot of client information. Equally, they need to draft. Equally, they need to be very time sensitive because usually litigation comes with a lot of time limitations, So those are the qualities. Time sensitive, very speedy, on top of their work, and equally they have to make sure the client's information is protected, So this job analysis is investigating the autonomy, the job content, and consequently making sure that you're able to analyze the attributes needed to perform a particular job. After what do we need for this job? A job, it will be important to define a job. I know you might think a job is easy to define, but a job is a collection of tasks, duties, and responsibilities which are assigned to an employee. Okay, so say that that's basically a job, your tasks, your duties, and responsibilities that are assigned to an employee. Now, Job analysis will produce the following information before we go to outcomes. Yeah. So, okay, outcome or what job analysis will produce. So a job analysis will enable you to understand a job description. So as you're looking at what a civil litigation counsel does, you'll be able to describe the job of a civil litigation counsel. For example, you'll be able to know the overall purpose of a litigation counsel. Why do we have it here? Like, why do we need you? Okay, of course we need you because you have litigation matters and you need someone to actually draft pleadings. So you're able to analyze why exactly you need a job. Number two, you're able to understand the job content. Job content is basically what exactly do you do? So you know the job content or what a guy does in terms of every single task they perform on a daily basis. Equally, you're able to look at the key result areas. Your key result areas, also called the key performance indicators. Your key result areas will be what exactly are we looking at enabled to assess your performance? Are we looking at the cases that you've won this year? Or maybe we're just looking at the judgments that you've been able to get. Or maybe that is even inconsequential. We're looking at your court attendance. And if you attended 20 matters, then you've been very, very productive that year. So like what do we look at? For us to be, you can be a counsel in the litigation department, yet very, 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 for lack of a better word, you're adding that you're useless to the institution. So key result areas will enable us to see like exactly how have you performed, yeah, or your key performance indicators, because now we know your job description and we know the job content, we know your overall purpose, then are you actually performing that which you're supposed to? And what are we using to say that you've performed? Is it the judgments you've got? Are there the decrees you've executed that year? Or exactly what do we look at in terms in order for us to be able to know whether you've actually delivered during that year? Okay, you're equally able to know the technological dimensions of jobs. By the way, these are basic. If you ask to discuss outcomes of job analysis or why, like the reasons, objectives of job analysis, these will be your answers. Yeah, you're able to know overall purpose of a job, the job content, key result areas, technological dimension of jobs. Like you're able to know what exactly do you need for you to be able to work as a counsel in the litigation department. For example, you need a laptop. You equally need, let's say, a good office desk, you need a good seat because you're sitting the whole day, you need some tools, you need some printers. Those are the technological dimensions. So if you know that a counsel attends court using a computer, like one of their tasks is to attend court daily, and most often than not, these are virtual matters, then we would be able to determine that this particular counsel needs a tool, maybe a laptop and good Wi-Fi, yeah. Equally, organizational factors, you're able to know to whom is this person directly responsible to. Is it the managing partner? Is it the head of litigation department? Depending on their tasks. Equally motivating factors, as you conduct your job analysis, you'll be able to see those loopholes. Yeah. Remember, a motivating factor was one of the functions of human resource management. So you're able to see, hey, this employee comes to work super early. In fact, this employee, because there's some courts which start at 8, they have to be here at 8 and they leave on a shukok, So you're able maybe to figure out, hey, we might actually need some car loans advanced to this particular employee to enable them actually come to court early and comfortably, because you don't want them to be thrown in a matatu in their pinstripe blue suit and then they come to the office, they look good, such motivating factors, because it will be an outcome of a job analysis. Equally, development factors, you're able to see what trajectory can this employee take in terms of advancing their career. If you're in the litigation department, we could consider, having you as the litigation head, head of the litigation department, or actually maybe sending you to another department of ours or another branch in Kisumu for you to become the partner over there to oversee, because you're really good at litigation and there's so many matters over there. So development factors, or equally you'll be able to see the prospect in terms of enabling an employee become better. You remember? Okay. So the other result, or rather the other outcome, generally, what we've been discussing are job descriptions. So the other outcome generally will be the job specification. A job specification is the qualifications of a job, the minimum qualifications and competencies we need for a job. So if you're going to attend court, it means the minimum qualification, you have to be on the role of advocate. Otherwise, you'll be masquerading, So a job specification, if you conduct a job analysis on a litigation counsel, one of those, the bare minimum, is that they're an advocate of the High Court, okay? So you'll be able to know if we are actually, hiring people into this department, then minimum, they need to be an advocate of the High Court. So basically, a job specification is the competence, is the quality, is the attribute a holder or an employee must have in order to be able to perform a particular job very, very seamlessly. Okay, your job specification might include the gender. You might look at the gender. Maybe, I'm not being biased, if you apply to become a volunteer at FIDA Kenya, and you're a guy, then you might not look at your application 2 times, because you know what? The man is the enemy. So you might be looking out for maybe things to do with those bodies that majorly take in children, offenders. We might have an inclination to a particular gender, not for any particular reason, but because one of the genders may be very sympathetic, they know how to handle children, and the other one might not have any idea. And ethnicity, race, and religion, well, really, it's neither here nor there. Actually, if you employ someone based on ethnicity, that will be a ground, for having your institution actually having a really bad reputation. Nonetheless, might be important for you to look at even religion. Sometimes there are aspects, for example, if you want a magistrate as Qadi court, there is no way you're going to get someone who's not a Muslim, because they wouldn't even understand what's going on in the Quran, So religion might be important. On terms of the race, well, I have nothing to say, but I don't think you would employ someone. Any justification for race? Oh, we have a justification for ethnicity and race. It's called positive discrimination. Maybe because a particular, ethnicity has been historically disenfranchised. Like we want to enable them get to where everybody is. Then we can actually employ based on ethnicity. We can ask only guys from a particular ethnic. Send in your applications. Equally, salary, you might need to look at salary factor. If you want maybe an advocate 10 years post-admission, honestly, the salary goes up. If you want a guy admitted last month, the salary is basically very negotiable, So you might need to look at that particular attribute in terms of salary and your job specification. So if you're discussing the results or the outcome of job analysis, you will discuss it 2 tier. You will say one of the outcome is job descriptions, and then you say what involves job descriptions, and then you go to job specification. These basically qualities that an individual needs to have in order to enable them perform a particular functions. Okay. Now we look at methods of job analysis. They include number 1, observation. Observation is where you decide to look at what the person is doing. So you look at the employee and what they are doing. So if I see you attending court, then I know one of your job specifications, you have to be an advocate, So observing is basically looking at what the employee is doing, and you're able to see like what exactly do they need, what do they do, what are their tasks by looking. Number 2, interview. Interview is basically asking the employee, it is utilized in areas where direct observation might not be possible. So you would actually have an interview. So an interview is a structured one for purposes of extracting particular details from a client, from an employee. Of course, disadvantages of interviews will be it's time consuming, it is very costly, because you have to hold maybe in personal meetings with your employees to ask them, what do you do on a daily basis? What would you like us to do for you to feel comfortable over here? Okay. And then you could use questionnaires. Questionnaires are basically, they're very suitable for organizations with a multitude of employees, with a lot of employees. So you could use questionnaires. So questionnaires, these are basically questions which you send out to employees. And once the problem is, the disadvantage is that employees can be dishonest in a questionnaire. I will tell you that my job task is to go to court, but I never go to any court. So questionnaires, employees, the major disadvantage is employees might not be very honest. And equally, the advantages are it's simple, like it's not time consuming, it's very simple to actually simplistic nature of questionnaires, because you're just sending the same questions to everybody. And once a questionnaire is issued and the employee has to respond, then they have to respond, and you give them adequate time. And then it deals with very specific issues, because your questions can be couched towards a very specific issue. Okay, so if you look at question, basically, guys, I can't tell you all the advantages and disadvantages. As long as you know what a questionnaire is, we always say, if you know what it is, you know what it's not. So you would easily tell, or rather discuss advantages of a questionnaire. It is not time consuming, it is cheap, employees have to give answers. Disadvantages is they might be dishonest, they might lie to you in the questionnaire. And then you can use checklist. Checklist is requires a yes or no answer. Unlike a questionnaire where employees could actually discuss. Yeah, you could ask employees, what do you think you need in this department? And then they proceed and tell you, or you tell them, what are your tasks on a day-to-day basis? They tell you. A checklist requires a yes or no answer. So employee has no leeway of explaining their answer at all. They either say no or they say yes. They tick one box. And the disadvantages will be, it has fewer subjective questions. Very subject. You have to tell us yes or no. We ask you, what time do you come to work? Yeah, yes, okay. Okay, we ask you maybe, please tick one of the boxes which is not amongst your tasks. We give you 4. So you have no leeway of explaining your answer. Easily, it narrows down the expected answers. Absolutely, you can make really good decisions from checklist. Equally, but it's suitable for workers performing same roles. You're able to get yeses or nos, and then you can analyze those. And then you could equally use diaries or log records. A log record is where employees are coming in, they write down the time they've come to the job, and they could equally write for you the time and the tasks undertaken that day, or maybe specific tasks undertaken against the time used to undertake the task. Lord, sorry. So you could use log records. Just write in, what am I doing today? What have I done? What time did I use? That's basically a diary or a log record. The disadvantages, employees have to be informed prior to keep a diary. Otherwise, they'll forget. Yeah. And if you inform them to keep a diary, that might influence how they conduct their work. If you tell me I'm keeping a diary that you'll check, for example, those guys during your pupillage, you'll be given a workbook. Your workbook will be checked. Like you feel it so intentionally. Okay, so employees might actually not be very honest as they are logging in. Yeah, and the disadvantages equally. Advantages are it prevents memory loss. If an employee is writing on a daily what they are doing, the minute that you ask them what they've been doing for the past 2 years, they're able to tell you because they've logged it. They've erased it. So it prevents memory loss, and equally helps in accounting for time. Like, what was I doing on this day? On 26th of July, 2020, where exactly was I? What was I doing? So it helps employees account for the time, what they've been doing. But now, if an employee forgets to fill in the log, then they fill in next week. They might enter inaccurate info, or they might forget to log entirely. Yeah, and it seems like micromanagement. An employee might feel like they're being suffocated because you're telling me to write what I am doing every day. Yeah, so they might feel like they're being micromanaged. Yeah. A critical incident is equally another method of conducting job analysis. Critical incident is where employees are required to give information regarding critical incidents. A critical incident is critical. For example, a major incident. Let's say an employee has lost a brief And that was your anchor client. And the anchor client comes and carries all their files. That is a critical incident. So an employee is required to give such information on any critical incident, and then they'll be used to make a determination. Yeah. So critical incident is now reliant on past occurrences. And you know, if you're relying on past occurrences in order to make a decision now regarding a particular job, then some information might have been omitted. Okay, so that is critical analysis. Don't forget methods of job analysis. You said we have observation, number one, questionnaire, interviews, checklists, diaries or log records, critical incidents. Yeah. So let's go to the other thing. We won't belabor on benefits of job analysis. It's basically helps you to know the quality required. Okay. So we're not going to belabor the point on the importance of job analysis because we've already done so. So let's discuss job design. Job design, unlike job analysis, job design is a process of determining how specific tasks can be combined to form a complete job. So job design, you're looking at, okay, now, we have someone who goes to court, we have someone who drafts. So that guy is a litigation counsel. So job design looks at specific tasks and how we can combine specific tasks in order to form a complete job, one job. Okay. Job design has two aims over here. Number one, satisfy the requirement of productivity, efficiency, and quality of a product or service provided. You see, if you're able to know this particular guy who mixes these spices has to be the same guy who cooks, and then we call them a chef, then you'll deliver because you'll figure out they know exactly how much spice to use in this particular KFC chicken to be able to make it crunchy. Like you look at two different tasks and how can they form a complete job? So it's one person who has to do them in order to create a seamless service. So you're able to satisfy the requirement of productivity, efficiency, equally satisfy the needs of an individual for an interest. So, you know, there's something called job diversification, diversifying, you know. So if you ask me to draft pleadings every day, you're asking me to sit there every day, draft pleadings, I'll get January to January, I am drafting, I never leave that office. I'll get so exhausted. I want to quit. You know, you get so tired, your mind is so exhausted. You want to leave, you want out. So in order to satisfy the needs of an individual and actually ensure that it's challenging, that the job is challenging, you give them more than one task. So today I draft, and then in the afternoon, I have a matter. I go to court physically. Or maybe today I draft, tomorrow I go for client meeting all the way in Githongori. Therefore, I have so many tasks which form my job and therefore reduces monotony. Okay, so if you conduct a job design, you're able to combine several tasks in order to make sure an employee is not feeling like more. Do you know how boring it is to sit in the office the whole day? Actually, I don't like it. Yeah, so you make sure the employee is out and about doing very different things at the same time. So they're not very, so you fulfill their curiosity. They see the challenges. You fulfill they feel accomplished because they've drafted pleadings, they've gone to court and actually conducted viva voce, and now they have a judgment which they're executing. So they're doing so many things on that file. So you're able to satisfy their interest. So remember what job design is. If you know what job design is, then you know the advantages or the objectives of job design. Some of the principles of job design is to influence skill variety. You see, you can't be, honestly, you know, they say, well, you have the option of actually what is it called? Specializing, doing one thing, like children matters. But for job designs, if we figure out, as a litigation counsel, attending court is like neither here nor is it there. So you can do court for criminal, for civil, for commercial, for family. You see, we influence your skill variety because you garner so much skills from a lot of tasks. You know how to execute, how to get auctioneers, you know how to check warrants of arrest, to get a bailiff to go and arrest your judgment creditor, your debtor. So basically influences skill variety. A guy is able to learn so much because their tasks are so many. Equally influences task identity. Task identity is basically where you combine tasks and form natural work units. So task identity, like, you see, for us to say pleadings are on record, we have filed our submissions, or we filed our plaints. First of all, you had a meeting with a client who actually appraised you and told you exactly what they want from the court. That is task number one, attending to a client. Task number two, you had to research on what your client has told you in order to be able to draft very good pleadings. Task number two is researching. Task number three, you started drafting now. That was task number three. Task number four was filing. Task number five was serving the documents that you filed. So your job design enables to influence all these tasks and combine them to form one seamless, effortless task. Like, we're able to, one person does all that. Okay, so it influences task identity, which is basically combining so many tasks to form a natural work unit. Number three influences autonomy. You see, if you conduct job design and for example, I give you a file, like just a file, I give you the name of a client and an empty blank file, nothing, there is nothing there. And then I tell you to file an appeal. It's a blank file. If you tell me to file an appeal, I'll know what my tasks are. It's number one, consult our client. Number two, draft all my memorandum of appeal, maybe notice of appeal, lodge them for filing, get a date, serve them, attend court, and then ultimately get a judgment. So employees don't feel like we are actually being we are micromanaging them. So an employee is able to act, if you're not micromanaged, you become so productive because no one is looking at what you're doing. Yeah, but don't file crazy things. So it influences autonomy. Like, employees know what their tasks are in order to reach a particular end goal. If I give you a blank file and tell you to bring a judgment, file a memorandum of appeal, prosecute to the end, then you know exactly all these tasks before we get a judgment. Okay, so we don't keep on micromanaging employee. Have you filed? Have you gone to court? Equally influences feedback. An employee will be able to tell you, the file that you gave me yesterday to file an appeal, I've already contacted the client. I have a meeting with them tomorrow. After the meeting, they'll be able to tell you, I've already, gotten the lower court details of the case. I've sent the clerk to court to collect for us a judgment and type proceedings, which you've already paid for. And then I'll tell you, oh, by the way, next week, I already drafted the memorandum of appeal. We are awaiting for a date. And by the way, we got a date. We've already dispensed with the appeal by way of submission. Oh, by the way, you have a judgment. So employees able to give you like feedback at each step of the journey, other than micromanaging them. Okay, Ukimaliza submissions, bring the file. So the employee won't give you as much. They'll feel like you're suffocating them. They won't be able to plan their work. If you don't allow them to complete the tasks. Okay, so these are the principles of job design: influence, skill variety, task identity, autonomy, and equally facilitate feedback and good relationships with the management. Okay, factors that affect job design, they include, number one, organizational factors. Organizational factors include sometimes, especially in a law firm, you might find really, really good guys who are super good, extremely good with oratory skills. But that guy cannot draft a letter to save their life. Yeah. And then another guy is so good at drafting, they can never talk anywhere, even in board, like those appraisal meetings, they can't talk. They can't open their mouth. So you see, sometimes you might need to you might find yourself subdividing tasks into negligible tasks. Like one person is drafting, the other one is going to court, the other one is filing, the other one is attending to a client, you know. So organizational factors may affect job design. Equally, environmental factors, for example, employees' abilities, people's expectations at the job. Like there's someone who's telling you, Mimi apana, I don't like attending to people. I am, what is it called? Oh Lord, introverted. You know, behavioral factors as well may affect job design. Equally, maybe need for autonomy, use of abilities. I don't want to discuss this because I know that you will know. Ideally, if you know what job design is, you'll find your way around. Sindio, some of the techniques for job design, there are two techniques. Number one, work simplification, and number two, job rotation. So work simplification, okay, there are others. I'll show you shortly. So work simplification is where you break into small tasks, like very small tasks, like very small subparts. So your only work is to research. You don't draft anything. The other guy's work is to actually write using a pen. It will be typed by someone else. So work simplification is like having very small bits. So up until you get a judgment, 17 people have worked on that file. That is work simplification. And then job rotation is where you can swap. Yeah, let's say this week you're in the litigation department, the other week you go into the commercial department, or the other week you go conveyancing department. That is job rotation, reduces boredom, monotony, you know, because you're not repeating the same task over and over again. Okay, you can do job rotation. Equally, you can do job enlargement. That's another technique of job design. Job enlargement is where you decide to expand the job content horizontally. So you add more tasks to a job, giving it more variety and wider scope. Let's say litigation counsel. So we tell you, besides attending to clients and going to court and drafting pleadings, will equally require you to attend on behalf of the firm, yeah, periodical seminars on litigation matters, you know. So it is basically giving more tasks to a job. We are adding more responsibilities to a litigation counsel. So again, it becomes more challenging. The individual becomes more hands-on, increases their skills, you know. So that is job enlargement. And then job enrichment is where it's vertical expansion, and you give the holder more responsibility, independence, and greater control of their work. So it's a wide range of duties, but the employee actually dictates, you know, dictates at what point do I do this, at what point do I do that. For example, it will be job enrichment if you work at the litigation department and then you become the head of litigation. Actually, you have greater control over what you're doing right now. In fact, you actually have control over other guys in the litigation department. Yeah. So there are those 4 techniques of job design has been examined for 6 marks. So you don't, and unajua hizi vitu hakuna hapa, kuna kuguess. Uko kwa office unaweza sema vitu, but over here it's whether you know or you don't. So don't forget job design, like techniques of job. Just belabor to remember. There are only 4. Work simplifications, we break it down into very small subparts, such that one employee does one thing over and over again. Your work is to research. Your work is to file. And then job rotation is where we can swap jobs. You're in the litigation department this week, the other department the other week. Job enlargement is where we give you more tasks to the same job. Okay. And job enrichment is where we give you more responsibilities, more independence, and greater control. For example, we could actually decide to have you as the head of litigation or the head of commercial department, such things. Or we could make you a senior associate, you know. Such will be referred to as job enrichment because you have greater control and independence over your own work. No one is looking at what exactly you're doing. So can we move on to the next thing? I want us to move on to recruitment and employment. So let me check my slides. We could ask a question as I try to check my slides. But you know, guys, I was telling you that you see this unit and the one you did yesterday, and professional ethics, and actually all the units apart from civil. Civil sometimes has like a very rigid marking scheme. This one doesn't. You know, it is expectations by the marker. So as long as you have an idea what job analysis is and you don't lose sight of what job design is, you can answer any question on job. Even if they ask you objectives, reasons, roles, you can answer. You cannot, you have something to say. That's my point. And there are no correct or wrong answers. Okay. It's just about how do you, as long as you know what it is, you can tell us anything regarding it. Okay. So recruitment is defined as yes, please. Yes, go on.
Yeah, since you allowed us to ask a question, so sorry to interrupt, but you mentioned work simplification, and I was wondering, like, doesn't that not defeat the objective of job design in itself if job design seems to, for a better lack of words, consolidate the tasks so that one person can actually do it? Doesn't this not defeat its core objective?
Well, arguably so. But you know, we said that it basically looks at the tasks that form a complete job. So I resonate with you that it will actually be, if you overly simplify, it means one employee does almost negligible into completing one task. Yeah, it does. But nonetheless, it's a technique. Honestly, I have no explanation, no good explanation for you. But if you're discussing techniques, you'll just say work simplification. Well, you could actually say, you know, that technique is disadvantageous to the extent that an employee might actually become very bored. Yeah, because the autonomy, because they're doing one thing over and over and over and over again. So that's the disadvantage of that technique. Otherwise, it's a technique that could be used for your job design, you know, seeing what tasks you can break into simpler tasks. But nonetheless, if someone is so good at one task, yeah, it will make sense for you to actually simplify the work, because they're able to give their best shot. Sometimes it becomes so overwhelming if your tasks are so many. Yeah. Imagine you're supposed to draft, you're supposed to file, you're supposed to serve, you're supposed to attend court, you're supposed to inform the client, you're supposed to prepare submissions. It can become overwhelming. But when you simplify it, maybe let's say for us to be able to file a document, someone does your research. And then your work is to just maybe look onto the content, the substance, and then someone actually types it. You don't do it yourself. So it means that you're able to, maybe the quality of the work becomes better because one person has been doing it for the longest and they understand the in and out. Yeah. Nonetheless, actually resonate with you. I think it's debatable. You could, as you're answering that question, you could say, you know, one of the disadvantages is boredom, but the advantage is an employee is able to put their best foot forward because it's something they've been doing over and over again. And then one employee doesn't become overly exhausted because their tasks are so many. Okay. So recruitment, let's discuss recruitment and employment. So recruitment is basically making sure, you remember when we started the human resource, we said we forecast and then we plan. And as you're planning, you guys could decide to recruit because one of your departments is short of employees. All of them have left, yeah? So recruitment is defined as a set of activities that you would actually carry out, and the end result is to create a pool of applicants from whom best is selected. So recruitment is not selection. Recruitment is looking at what we need and putting out advertisements out there that we need some litigation counsels, please put in your applications. So you're basically sending out or basically creating a pool of applicants from whom we will select. So start with job analysis, yeah? Looking at what, it's still here, looking at what we need, like what, you remember we are looking at the content of a job. So when we look at the content of the job, Then we're able to have qualifications. You remember job specifications, yeah? So we're able to look at qualifications of our employees. Number one, LLB from Fee University. Secondly, we will need you to be an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Thirdly, we'll need you to have a minimum of A minus in your high school. And then we'll tell you equally you need an LLM, let's say, in maritime law, because we need a particular person to deal with our maritime matters. Probably you guys, the family seat in Mombasa, yeah? So you're looking at such matters. So you look at that, and then after looking at job analysis and what qualities you need in terms of your job specification, you now send out your notices, your advertisement that you want to recruit. Now the intention is to create a pool of employees. And then after you create the pool of employees, you select from the best. So you look at, oh, okay, this one is good, this one is good. This one is not from Fee University, and therefore out of the window. So you select from the best of the guys from your pool. And then you consequently place. So after you select, you place. So you select the best, and then you place them in their respective roles. So it can take you to our commercial department, we take you to our litigation, conveyancing, depending on what you are looking for. Okay, that's how the process will flow. We job analyze, we recruit, we select, and then ultimately we place you. This has been examined. When was this? I think 2022 April. So factors affecting recruit. Okay, by the way, I think my friend has joined the meeting. He knows mathematics. I had asked him to join. I wasn't sure whether he will join. So consult him. Sindio. Hopefully, oh Lord. Okay, so let's finish this and then we'll ask him to give you advice. You know, senior held my hand and I knew nothing. You know, yeah. So factors affecting recruitment include number one, internal factors. So internal factors, you look at the size of the organization. Okay, so the size would, if you're so tiny, like the organization has, it's only you, yeah, you wouldn't need to advertise. You know, you need litigation counsels in all the newspapers, yeah, because you might actually get your the guy you want from maybe unsolicited applications. You can look at the recruiting policies that you have in place. This will be your, let's say, policy on internal, external recruitment. To what extent do we recruit internally and externally? Because you can recruit internally. You can get someone who's already there and make them an associate, like a pupil. You make them an associate. You look at the lead market pay strategies. How much do you pay? So you're able to see who are we sourcing from. You see, if you want to pay between, do you know the advocates who get paid 30,000 per month? Yeah. And I figured out this not even a long time ago, last year. 30. Yes, a whole advocate of the High Court of Kenya. So if you want, maybe let's say post-admission for 2 years, 3 years, the range will be different from someone who's practiced for 10 years. So if you want to pay kidogo money, and you will just look for, you can't look for someone who's been admitted for 15 years, yeah? So you look at that as well. Equally, you look at employment at will but service, the due process, like who wants to be willingly employed, or do you have to go all the way? Equally, you look at the image of the organization. Image of the organization basically means you want a particular caliber of people in that position, because that's how you guys, that's your reputation, you know, like this particular law firm doesn't employ. Do you know that particular, oh my God, I've actually remembered during my pupillage interviews, may the good Lord punish that law firm for me. You know, these guys ask you, hi, which university did you go to? And then you tell them. And then they'll ask you whether you're even qualified. Yeah. By the way, the uni that you went to, you know, we don't want to talk about it. It plays a big role for pupillage. Of course, after pupillage, after you've strategically positioned yourself and you've already shown your worth, then you become indispensable. But as you're trying to get in, it is very, 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 very hostile to beginners, this profession, yeah? As you're trying to get in, you'll be judged because of your uni. We will judge you because of you have a long nose. You know me, I have a long nose. So you're going to judge you, you see? So anyway, because of the image, we might only hire from a particular caliber of people. We might only hire guys who went to, you have an LLM from a very particular university. Equally, image of the job, yeah? You see, image of the job, a good job will attract more people. If it's a really good job, paying very well, we are all going to apply. Everybody's going to apply. Yeah. So that is equally a factor when you are recruiting. So you'll attract more you'll attract more potentials if the job is very attractive. And then external factors will be the labor market. The labor market, supply and demand of the resource. If we don't have guys who were admitted 25 years ago, why do you want to employ someone who's admitted 25 years ago? See, that person is almost dying. Anyway, so look at the labor market, like what's the supply and what's the demand? And are we actually able to get to recruit those individuals you might actually need for the job? You look at the level of unemployment, of course, if the level is high, it is so easy for you to recruit. In fact, you'll pay advocates that I was so sad. I was saddened. And the situation doesn't get any better because, advocates are being, this year, advocates were admitted 5 times. Was it 4? Okay, I might be exaggerating a little. It was 4 times. Yeah. So you can imagine if guys are getting admitted 4 times a year, like 1,000 guys per 1,000 or 200, okay, maybe 800. Okay, maybe roughly, give or take 33K. Okay, I don't know, but per given year, you might get like 3,000 advocates in your, and then next year another 3K. So the job market is becoming really, 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 really crowded in terms of you as guys. But now the thing is, you have to be very outstanding for you to actually make it. You have to be extremely outstanding. Like you have to stand apart from the first day of your pupillage, but don't overdo it. But you have to stand out. So you look at the level of unemployment, including advocates. There's a friend of mine who doesn't have a job. Yeah, it's bad. But can always employ yourself. And then government policy, equally look at government policy, maybe the issue of demographics. You have to employ guys from a particular area, a particular ministry can only recruit in the other areas. So what government policies do you have regarding this particular type of a job, So you look at such. So these are the factors which would affect a recruitment. They could be internal, they could be external. Internal include size of the organization, recruiting policies that you guys have in place, including salaries payable. You look at image of the organization, you look at the image of the job. If the job is really good, attracts more people. External factors will include the labor market, supply vis-a-vis the demand, the level of unemployment. If high, then you're likely to recruit get so many people, and equally government policy. Some of the recruitment activities will include examination of a vacancy. There has to be a vacancy in the first place, and then you consequently obtain authorization to hire from the top management as a human resource. You would advise them that, hey, I have already forecasted using mathematical formula, and I believe that onset of next year, we might need more councils. So you have to get authorization to hire and to send out maybe notices or advertisement inviting guys to apply. You look at identification of sources and suitable candidates. Why are you getting your suitable candidates? By the way, if you become a best performed in any unit, I remember it's called headhunting. Your top tier farm, your tier 1. They'll get you to come and work for them. So it doesn't hurt to score 58 out of 60 in LPM. But with mathematics, that's like trying to throw mud on the oil and see what sticks. So you identify a source where you're going to get your candidates, and then you communicate. Communication is basically sending out an advert, asking people to apply, send your application via this email in the data. Okay. Now, sources of your recruitment could be internal or external. Your internal sources is where you decide to promote someone. Yeah, you decide to promote a guy, or you decide to transfer an existing employee. Okay, so we transfer from you from Nairobi, we take you to Isiolo, because in Isiolo, we have a vacancy over there. So you could recruit from you guys internally through promotions, through transfers. We'll discuss promotions. There are some promotions called drive promotions. We'll discuss transfers as well. You could use former employees. Using former employees means you use guys who you had employed kitambo and then they chucked. For example, you are a pupil in that farm, and then now you left a long time ago, you've been practicing in the Diara, but now they call you back, So we could use our former employee. Equally, you could get employee referral. Referral works a lot more often than not. By the way, in my endeavor to send the elevator back down, make sure you're building your social network. It will go a long way. In this profession, it's about the money you make is about to, because if your clients are like, those few guys who are pocketing your taxes, then ideally it makes those becomes your anchor clients. Yeah. And it means, of course, even if we are doing this for justice, for ends of justice, it's a business. Yeah. So employee referral, you could be referred to an office by someone who knows someone, so it goes a long way. So employee referral is equally an internal source of employment or unsolicited or previous applications. This is where nobody has asked you, but you decided to send your application for maybe appointment of a pupil as a pupil at AXYZ law firm. So those are the unsolicited applications. We didn't even ask you guys to send it, but you sent it nonetheless. Yeah. So those are your internal sources. Our external sources for recruitment will be number one, advertisement. So we advertise in the national newspaper. We send on our groups for WhatsApp, we send out on LinkedIn, okay, we advertise, we send out on our website, and then it could be private and public recruitment agencies. You could get what is it called? Job Eco. Those agencies to recruit for you, you could use those, private or public. You could equally use educational institutions. I could come to Kenya School of Law and I'm like, you know what? Everybody over here who's scored LPM 50 and above, we want a certified public secretary. We will take you to school. So you could go to educational institutions and get people there. Equally, you could do head hunting, raiding or poaching. You'll be poached. By the way, I figured out, doesn't matter how flooded the market is. Like, it doesn't matter whether advocates are like 10,000 a year. If you're so good at your art, effortlessly good, and it comes with a lot of sacrifices, maybe late night, super early mornings, well, I don't regret it. But during my pupillage, there's a day I slept in the office banner, working on a field, but it didn't go unnoticed, so you can be poached. And being poached is an external source, asking you, come work for us. Oh Lord, you're so good, come work for us. Equally, electronic recruitment. Electronic recruitment is where we decide to, use electronic means to recruit guys. We could actually, what are they called? Those not bugs on the website. You log into a website and then something pops up, we are looking for an employee, and then you proceed and apply. So these are the sources of employment recruitment. Sorry, they could be internal, could be external, depending on what you guys decide. So after you recruit, like after you invite all applications and they've been sent in, you proceed and select. So before we go to selection, okay, let's discuss selection and then the distinction between selection and recruitment. So selecting is where after you complete recruitment, selection begins. So selection is the process of identifying and choosing the most suitable candidate from your guys who've already applied. So you look at the pool of applicants who sent in applications during your recruitment process, and then you select the most suitable candidate for purposes of placement. Okay, so selection is an exercise in prediction. Of course, you don't know this guy very well, so you'll be saying, oh, okay, because this guy went to the university, then highly likely they will deliver. Okay, so there's some methods that we can use for recruitment. Oh yeah, they're here. So let's look at methods of recruitment before we look at the distinction. It could be number one, you use an application form. Okay, so an application form, you basically give these particular candidates that you think are good application forms, and then you'll ask them to fill in number one, their biographical info, the educational info, their work experience, their salary expectations, extra curricular information, references. You know, I remember during pupillage, there is a friend of mine who sent out 60 applications. Was it 60 or 70? But they are running a successful law firm now in Nanyuki, yeah? So this character sent out at least 60. They still have those applications, you know. He used to go for his interviews for pupillage, and then he's asked what your salary expectation. And this dude, without batting an eyelid, will tell them 150,000. Yeah. Yeah, overly ambitious. Okay, so you could use application form. Number two, could use a preliminary interview. This is basically where you call them. Yeah, we ask you like one-on-one. We want to know you. We ask you what do you expect, what have you been doing previously, do you have knowledge in this area? So you're able to actually look at, you remember human resource planning, other than manpower planning, you're able to see how can we improve this employee. Is it actually someone that you can hire? You can equally use selection tests. Selection test is a systematic procedure for sampling human behavior. So it is able to uncover info that was not provided in the application form. So the candidate can tell you, you know, this is what I can do. So some of the tests that you could apply for your selection tests, there's some tests, but one of your tier one firms they use this, yeah, it could be an ability test. So these are types of selection tests. Could be an ability test. Ability test could include an aptitude. Aptitude test is a test to test your natural ability. You know, like what can you effortlessly do? You know, test your natural ability. And then it could be an achievement test. An achievement test is to see like what have you done so far? As therefore we can actually tell what you'll be able to do in the next 2 years. It could be an intelligence test. An intelligence test is a test which is based towards, looks at your competence, looks at whether you're able to meet time schedules, whether you're able to actually apply yourself and come up with solutions for clients. And then it could be a judgment test. A judgment test is a test which focuses, it's a close interview. It's more like a close interview, and a very tactful. Like you remember, in your trial advocacy, an advocate has to have sound judgment. Like you want to see how these guys think or how they curate their solutions. They're those guys, their judgment is usually very, very, number one, either they don't think before they act or they overly do it, you know? So judgment test is to look at how do they handle situations. Do they have sound judgment and therefore are able to articulately know exactly what to do at what point? And then you could use personality test. Personality test could be interest test. Interest test is seeing what this guy is interested in. Yeah. Do they want to go to Solfest? Yet we have some urgent matters here. Equally, personality test is looking at the personality of the guy, you know, like what are they sensitive? Do they have emotional maturity? Such you could use a projective test. A projective test, you want to see like their projections. You could use attitude test. Their attitude is graphology. You could use polygraphy. This is a test that is used to detect a lie detector. You see those things in movies, put on your hands. I don't know where it's put, and then we're able to see whether you're lying to us. Yeah, there is this other test called physiognomy. Oh my God, physiognomy test is a testing your facial features. Why would that be important? If the job is looking for your face, okay, I have no idea. But these are types of the selection tests that could be applied. Okay, there's some how you develop a test program over here where you want to use it for purposes of your selection. There's some advantages for testing. Testing enables you to predict future performance, you know, because you have seen your judgment, the organized situation and behavior, especially where you're using intelligent test and judgment test, equally uncover what was not detected by other devices. If we use a polygraph test, We'll know you're lying. So Takava's vote was not detected by other devices. Equally serves as an unbiased tool. It's not biased. The results are almost accurate and equally quantifies your test results. We could have maybe a 60%, 30%, it quantifies, yeah. So you can develop a test program where you want to use a selection test for selection. By planning, first of all, you plan. You could require technical knowledge for them to develop for you your test program. There was one pupillage interview that had a personality test. You're answering some question on what your interests are, what your achievements are, your aptitudes, but you wouldn't know that is exactly what you're doing up until you remember LPM, this particular topic. So you decide on the object. So these are the steps for developing a sound test program. You decide the objective of your test. You analyze the job. You remember what a job is, like the content, like the tasks. Yeah, you choose the test to measure the characteristic. You could choose whatever test that you require, and then you administer the test, and then you establish job success criteria, like what percentage do you have to have achieved for us to determine that you've passed that particular test, and then you analyze the test results that you received from your test. The limitation of tests could be it is better at predicting future failure than success, and it's not a precise measure of one's skills and traits. It could be inaccurate, and equally it needs to be validated in the organization administering it, and it has to be designed by a trained person. You can't just develop a judgment test. It will be so hard. So it has to be developed by a competent person and a trained person, which means it could actually equally be expensive, okay? So by the way, we are discussing selection methods. We've done 2 so far. 3 so far. We said application form. You could use preliminary interview, selection test, what we've been discussing. Equally, you could use selection interview. Wait, these are repetition. Oh, no. So that's a selection test, a selection interview. So selection interview is an interview that the attempt is to secure maximum amount of information from a candidate. Yeah. So you will have a selection interview. You want to verify information that you received. You might have seen your application on our email, but you have no idea whether you're lying to us that you're an individual who works under minimum supervision. So we can call you for an interview to verify the information given during recruitment and maybe extract additional information about you and tell you more about our job, yeah, and see how the candidate looks in person. Like, are they, by there I would tell, you will easily tell someone who's actually lying in an application. Because if you say that you work under minimum supervision, the interview is supposed to start at 8. You come running at 10. Therefore, you cannot work without any supervision. You're already late. Okay. So selection interview is meant to actually verify the information obtained during recruitment, obtain additional information, give the candidate information about the job they're about to maybe start, and equally establish a mutual understanding between the company and the candidate, including issues of salary expectation. There are some types of interviews here. Some of these interviews include a preliminary one. Preliminary interview is the one that you would conduct at the very, very onset. We want to see whether you're actually suitable for the job. And then it could be a patterned interview. A patterned interview is where we conduct this particular interview in a patterned way. Yeah, maybe this particular interview has 3 stages. You're first of all going to do a written exam, a written one. You answer you write a thesis, and then consequently you'll come for oral interview. We'll do some aptitude test, and then lastly we can decide whether we're selecting you or not. So it could be patterned in that way, like structured in a particular way. It could be a depth interview. Depth interview is where we're looking at the individual, like an entire enterprise. Yeah, their strengths, their weaknesses. You could conduct tests. Equally stress interview, like of course, if it's a job that that comes with a lot of stress, how you manage your stress, because you won't be able to deliver if you're so like emotional. Yeah, you're not able to handle or work under pressure, a lot of pressure. You might not be a suitable person to select. Yeah. There's some limitations of interview here. Of course, it is time consuming. You might not be able to extract a lot of information in a single sitting from a person. Equally, you might not be able to judge the ability. You're just able to judge the personality of a person in an interview. You can maybe judge their actual ability. Yeah, and interviewers may not even know what they are looking out for. They woke up in the morning, they want to conduct an interview. Yeah, so you'll allow us to continue re-interviews, but those are basically questions. Those will be that will be the nature of questions regarding recruitment and selection. Majorly, how do you recruit? How do you select? Yeah, and what considerations do you make before you select? Such things, which I believe that you would easily answer. And methods of selection, don't forget methods of selection. What methods would you apply while you're selecting? So we discussed placement now. Placement will be the last bit in your series, before you have someone in a before you actually have someone working in a particular position. So the very last thing that you do is you proceed and place them. So placing is basically making sure that that person has a job. Like they're somewhere in the organization. Let me just check the slide. So you place the individual. So placement. Oh Lord, we have not distinguished recruitment and selection. Let's just do that before we go on. I had already forgotten. Oh my God. I hope I haven't closed those slides. Let me see. Oh Lord, looks like I've already. Okay, so the distinction between, the reason why I want us to discuss it is because it can be examined. So you draw a T table, T, and then on one side you write recruitment, the other side you write selection. Yeah, as I check those slides. So on one side, you will write, I've found them, let me project them. We had actually seen it, but we didn't discuss it because I wanted us to finish with selection first. So one side you write recruitment, the other side you write selection. On one side we write it's open to the public, recruitment is open to the public, selection is restricted to applicants. So you only select applicants, guys who we believe are actually, we can work with them. So recruitment is open to the public, selection you only select guys who already applied, but recruitment you can invite everybody to apply. And then number 2 precedes selection. Of course, recruitment is before selection, and then selection follows recruitment. And then number 3, it is the process of identifying and encouraging potential candidates to apply for a job. On the other hand, selection involves choosing the best from those already recruited. So recruitment, we are encouraging you to put in your applications. Selection, we're already choosing. We already have applicants, so you're already choosing the best from those guys. And then recruitment is positive as it aims in increasing the number of job seekers. Selection is negative in its application because it rejects a large number of unqualified candidates. Like we will be throwing out a lot of applications and remaining with a few that you only need for purposes of a job. Equally, recruitment involves searching potential employees. Selection compares those already searched. Like we're looking at, this is the guy, this is the job, are they qualified? So selection compares those already searched, whereas recruitment will involve searching, like active searching of guys to come and work in maybe, let's say, litigation department, or wherever that you want them to work. Okay, so let's go to placement. I had checked slides for placement, so let me project slides for placement. Just give me 1 minute. Mathematics shouldn't stress you. I told you the strategy is just score a 30 out of 30 in your theory, and then mathematics, just get like a 10. Okay, don't get a 10. Get as much as you can. So placement means, now placement is the last thing after we recruit, and then we select, and now we are placing. So placement means assigning specific tasks to selected candidates. Yeah. So now you're already here. You work with us. In fact, you have a letter of offer. Probably you've already signed your agreement. Yeah. So we are going to give you a job. So placing is assigning a very specific task to an employee that we selected during our previous stage. Yeah. So placement involves assigning specific jobs to each one of those selected candidates. And basically, this is the last step now. After we select you, we place you. So placement, the importance of placement, that's the exam question I've seen on placement. The importance of placement is, number 1, it reduces the employee absenteeism. If you've been selected in a particular job, and in fact, your agreement says you're the legal officer, or you're the head of conveyancing. Ideally, we will ask, where is the head of conveyancing department? And it is you. So of course, you have to always appear. Number two, reduces employee dissatisfaction. So if you place an employee in let's say conveyancing department, you're able to follow up on such an employee. More often than not, these employees at the litigation department, we're able to actually shuffle you where you're dissatisfied. So it reduces employee dissatisfactions. Employee can always, give feedback on the experience so far. Do we need to, do 1, 2, 3 things? Equally improves the employee morale. We are going to assign those tasks depending on your ability. So of course your morale is boosted. You are where you're supposed to be. You are where you're supposed to be because as you are selecting you, we figured that you're really, really inclined towards conveyancing. Okay. During our interviews, you illustrated that you like conveyancing too much. So it took you to a conveyancing department, and of course that will improve the employee morale. The employee is able to do what they're supposed to do. Equally placement, you're able to assign tasks to qualified people. So if we selected a guy who was really good in mathematics, we are going to take you to a commercial department for you to do tax things, So ideally, placement enables you. The most important bit is that enables you to actually have employees who are qualified in specific positions to perform very specific tasks. Okay, so I believe you would be able to answer, why do we need placement, or why is placement important? So after you place, you proceed and induct. Induct is where a new employee is being informed about the organization. You can imagine starting your pupillage and no one shows you where the kitchen is or making coffee. No one tells you where the registry is. Nobody tells you where the boardroom is. Nobody tells you where your seat, your office, like your space is, your working space. Nobody talks to you. So that will be a hostile work. From the first day, it will be I wouldn't go back. It will be very hostile. Yeah. So induction is making sure that an employee who joins us knows exactly where everything is, knows what to do. Like they now become part and parcel of you. They're joining this institution for the first time. So you induct them. So it's taking them through the the organization, different dynamics of the organization, informing them who's who, taking them to different offices. So a new employee joining an organization needs to be inducted. And induction could include, number one, orientation. So everybody, all our new associates, please come for orientation. We just think, you know what orientation is, Indio. You've been oriented so many times, maybe during your high school, your campus, your KSL. So you're told exactly about awesomely. Yeah, holistically, this is what you're about. And then initial training, you could be trained on a job. We'll tell you, oh, okay, Sawa, this is where we conduct our research. Sometimes you might need to actually go to the boardroom for meetings. If maybe if it's a shared workspace, there's someone who's here, or we train you on how to actually deliver. This is how we draft our pleadings over here. We use New Times Roman. Yes, spacing is 1.5, So we train you on how we do things. So you're able to consequently seamlessly adapt to the to the changes, and then you could be mentored. Where I did my pupillage, you're mentored so closely, so you get a pupil master allocated to you. So that's your mentor. You need a mentor, even if it's someone who's younger than you. Yeah. So whoever motivates you, that's your mentor. Whoever you want to become like, that's your mentor. So you get a mentor ultimately to show you around, to teach you things 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. You can of course ditch them if you figure out you don't want to be like them. But as you're being inducted, it's important for you to get a mentor from the outset. Yeah, that's why ideally you would induct. So inducting over here is defined as welcoming and introducing a new employee to their job and the organization at large. So we are telling you about, why this is what we expect, this is what we do here. So what is the benefit or objectives of an induction? In the induction program, number one, to reduce initial anxiety. Yeah, honestly, everybody, usually you're so scared, like your first time in anywhere. Personally, I'm so scared of new things. Like, I don't like change. Yeah. So every single time I encounter a new place, like any new place, even if it's not like for work, any new place, I get a little bit scared. So if you're able to be, everybody's smiling at you, you're told 1, 2, 1, 2, and 2, this is what happens, of course, reduces your anxiety. Equally, it familiarizes the new employee with the job, the people and the workplace and the environment generally. So you tell me, first and foremost, where do I make my coffee? Yeah. So the employee is able to know exactly what to do, where, at what time, like exactly how do we work over here? Do we go for lunch at, I'm talking so much about food. Do you go for lunch at 12? Do you have to wait for 1? Do we leave our office at 4? You know exactly what goes on over here. Equally reduces exploitation of employees by unscrumptious workers. You know those guys, let me tell you. Now, there was this law firm I was at, and this particular clerk shamelessly was giving pupils work. So it was disturbed me. So such exploitation, like every single person in that law firm, but then when you go for your pupillage, don't take work from anyone. As you're being inducted, you'll be told, these are your responsibilities. This is your pupil master. Only take instructions from your pupil master. Those associates who want to give, by the way, you have to be hard-headed. Otherwise, you'll draft affidavit of service, notice of hearing notice, all that. So if you're inducted, you're told exactly what to do and who instructs you, then you're able to avoid being exploited by people who shouldn't give instructions. Equally reduces cultural shock. You know, there was you can be culturally shocked. You know, guys in that law firm, they smoke vape inside the office. During lunch, there's someone who came with fish. They start cutting vitungu. They are cooking fish. There is another character who's seated outside on a very loud phone call. On Fridays, there is whiskey for everybody. Okay, so on Fridays, 3 p.m., close your laptops, brethren. You have done enough for the day. Yeah, it's time for shots, you know? So to reduce such cultural shocks, we'll tell you over here, by the way, it's never that serious. Sawa. On Fridays, you dress wear your kitenge and then integrate new employees and foster the feeling of belonging. You feel you belong. You feel like you feel really, really nice. I really like, you feel nice because everybody's so welcoming, guys are smiling, you know, you feel nice. Actually, the first day they even buy your lunch, you know, equally helps bind the newcomer and the old employees in a team. Let you guys now become a seamless team. You're one of us, let's work, you know. That's the importance of making sure that you feel on board. That's why we could induct you. There are two very broad categories of induction. They include informal. An informal one is a very loosely planned program. Like really, there is nothing that you've written and involves those small scale units, like a small law firm, 2 to 3 employees. Then you could have an informal one. So an informal induction is where we have nothing. We tell you to come to work at 9, your first day. Yeah. And it could have they could have 2 versions. Informal induction could have 2 versions, could be supervisory. Supervisory is where the immediate supervisor conducts the induction. Let's say your pupil master, or maybe if you're in the litigation department, the head of litigation, they conduct induction for you. Equally, could be a buddy or a sponsor or a mentor system where we take an older employee, not because of age, but maybe because of the years they've been there. Yeah, they've been there like for the longest time, and they really understand the ins, the nuances of that particular firm, and therefore they're told to induct you. Okay, so buddy or sponsor or mentor system is where we get an older one who's actually been there. Yeah, so they act as your friend and your guide. Do you remember in high school? I'm not sure whether, but I know you guys, you know, I know that you're trust fund babies. I know that you might not resonate with what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it nonetheless. In high school, there was a guy called what was the name? Like you're from 1, you know nothing. You're very scared about the new environment. You know, there's so many complicated nuances. Everybody's in a rush. So get someone who's in Form 4 to take you around the school, you know. Such guys will be called a buddy system in terms of induction. So they'll arrange meetings for you in other departments, they'll take you around, showing you everybody, showing you where to get everything, showing you the printer, the laptops, showing you where you get printing papers, where you get your stationery, where you make your complaints. Maybe they have a complaint box. Like they show you around the law firm and everything that you need to know. An induction could equally be formal. Formal is where it's very planned. It's very planned. In fact, you have an induction program. So the question here is, what contents could you have in your induction program or policy? So it could involve brief history of the organization. We tell you, you know what, this firm was founded by our co-founders in 1905, and this is our mission, this is our vision. Our mission or our vision could be because you deserve the best. Our objectives are, number one, we are very client oriented. Our mission is to keep the client interest before ours. So we tell you what we are about. If we have a philosophy, we could tell you this is our philosophy, you know. We could equally inform you about all our policies, our procedures, our rules, the organizational structure, the terms and conditions of the job, including your remuneration, your salary. How do you get your salary? Is it before the 5th of every month, 20th? Do you have any billable hours that you could bill independently? Your working hours? Oh Lord, oh my God, I don't know whether you guys know how to wake up. But you know, court starts at 9. So your working hour has to be 9 by fire by force or earlier. Yeah, so working hours equally holidays. Yeah, it could have promotional avenues. How could you be promoted? Does it depend on the files that you've handled? And then welfare measures like let's say transport. Do you have a van to pick you guys from town to work? Do you have a subsidized canteen or a restaurant that you eat and then it'll be paid by the firm? Equally health. Do you get any health benefits? Do you have an insurance, a medical cover? Recreational facilities? Do you get some your club membership paid, your gym membership paid, etc. You're informed that at the very onset during your induction. Equally safety measures, what is required of you, especially for those law firms where if you come in, yeah, you have to have like a tag, like hang a tag. Who are you? What is your name and what do you do here? So that is a safety measure to ensure that there are no guys who are intruders. Yeah. So we'll tell you every single time you come to the farm, put on your tag. Otherwise, you'll be asked by the security, who are you? Where do you come from? Yeah. So how do you make an effective induction program? Number one, you have to consider before you come up with your program how you receive new employees. How do you receive them? Do they just come in and then they start explaining who they are at the reception? Yeah. So you have to make sure you inculcate a feeling of they feel welcome. Number two, you determine the new employee's needs for information. Yeah, like what exactly would they like to know on their first day? What do you like to know on your first day? You want basics. You want to know where everything is, including other offices. Equally, you have to determine how to present the information. Are you going to present the information by handling them leaflets about the job? Are you going to orally tell them about what they need to know? Or exactly, are you going to get everybody, one person from each department to explain to them what each department is all about? How are you going to present the info? Equally, how do you deliver the induction training by the right, who's the right instructor? You get like someone who's in charge of the program to take us all through this particular organization on our first day. Equally, evaluate the induction program. There has to be an evaluation mechanism. See whether it's actually working. Get feedback from guys who've been inducted. So 1 year down the line, after the employee has already, you've inculcated the employee into your job, you ask them, how was your first day over here? Yeah, how did you feel? Where? So let me tell you, when I went for my pupillage interview, that guy, okay, not that guy, senior, was not there. So they were in court. I was late like by 5 minutes. I was told to come at 8. I came at around 8:05. So they're already in court. They asked me to go to court. Like I went to court on my first day, and then they say they don't want to see my papers. They said it's inconsequential. Yeah. And then they asked me to draft what was it? I drafted a PO, draft a notice of preliminary in court, in open court, but I had my laptop. So I drafted a PO, sent to them, So if that's such a person asks me 1 year down the line, how was your first day? Well, I had tea, but it wasn't so good. I went to court. So you evaluate, like I went to court, I was so scared. I had to take notes. Yeah, but you can evaluate by asking guys who've been inducted how it was on their first day after they've stayed, because they'll be scared if you ask them maybe 1 week in, maybe after 1 year, you can ask, or when they're leaving. Yeah, you ask them, oh Lord, how was your first day over here? Do you actually remember how your first day was? If it was good, they'll remember. Socialization, unlike induction, socialization is an ongoing process. So socialization is a continuous process, whereas induction is at the beginning. In fact, induction is like when you come during the initial days of your job. Socialization is very continuous. However, induction can be seen as part of socialization. Nonetheless, socialization is defined as a process of assimilation into a job. And it is continuous, like it's an endeavor by the organization to make sure that you're comfortable, that you're actually, advancing your career. At the same time, you're meeting the objectives of our firm. So it's a process of assimilation that takes place as individuals attempt to learn the values and the norms. You know, you cannot learn the value or the norm of an organization on your first week. It is something that you pick over a continuous period of time, maybe for the next 2 years or so. So you're able to pick the value, you're able to learn the norms and your work roles as well. We are unable to exhaustively explain to you what are your work roles as a pupil during your first day or during your first week. So these are things that you pick as you move. Okay, so socialization involves, number one, it has 3 phases. Number one, pre-arrival, before you arrive. Pre-arrival, as I've told you, induction can be seen as part of socialization because pre-arrival means arranging for your induction. Yeah, like we get someone to actually take you through the organization and tell guys, hey, by the next Monday we have a new employee. So you, person X from department Y, you're going to actually induct them. When I joined a Rotary, yeah, you have to have a mentor. A mentor is the guy who's introduced you. So this guy pre-arrival, they'll actually be told exactly what to do with you, yeah? So they become like your mentor. And then when you join, they tell you about your happies, and they tell you about they elect a president 2 years before, they elect like 3 presidents, yeah, in a row. So pre-arrival is arranging on how to take you through the induction before you even come, like who's going to do it, what exactly are we going to, what information are we going to give you, what are your needs, what are your expectations, and how are you going to handle them. That's pre-arrival. And then encounter is now you're here. You've arrived. What do we do? Yeah, you've arrived. Okay, let's take you first of all through our mission, vision, and objectives. And then we are going to take you to each department. And then you see what people do in each department. You could actually choose on where you want to start, or you could actually, select a department for you, not select, place you in a particular department. And then metamorphosis is the last phase of socialization. Metamorphosis is now, like a butterfly, how it morphs, into a beautiful creature. So you ultimately learn the norms. You're not part of us, but then you're the one who's inducting people now, because you know all the nuances, you really appreciate them. Okay, so metamorphosis is where now you already understand what's going on. And at that point, you actually have capacity to induct someone else. Okay, so pre-arrival is where you come in, you're new. How exactly are we going to explain to you everything about your encounter? Is where you're here now. Yeah, and then metamorphosis is where you master the skills required for the norms and the values of the job. It's a very voluntary process and conscious decision made by the new staff to become compatible with the organization. So you want to become like these guys. But then, especially for law firms, you can easily tell what pleading has been drafted by which law firm if you've interacted with that firm before. So even if a new employee comes, they learn that particular art, like the way it's done. So at that point, you will say they've morphed. The employee has morphed. Yeah. So that's the last stage. Socialization has those 3 processes: pre-arrival, and then encounter, and then lastly, metamorphosis. So the questions will be, you see, guys, a question will be about induction, but you haven't mentioned it because the question might not be what does induction include? It could be what does an induction program have? What is the importance of induction? What are the challenges during induction? So you just think outside the box. Kidogo too. If you know what induction is and the advantages, you can easily tell us what are the challenges of induction, because there are no correct and wrong answers. So you can tell us what are the challenges of induction. Of course, challenges will be number one, the employees come with expectations, with various the values. Yeah, so before they actually get accustomed to what you're telling them, it will take forever. So Dominic Musoi, asante sana, and Elijah, I have just seen, do you see Elijah? I have just seen the course outline. Thank you so much. So let's project, see whether we've covered. Human resource is the heaviest topic. Like, it has a lot of it has a lot of subtopics. So let's see how much you've done. And then we could actually check a past paper question. Alafu, we could see, oh Lord, we could see how to approach it. So I'm not sure that we have a question, but I want to share the course outline with us. As you know, I really hope to use the course outline for Probit. Because that is what we always do. Oh, the course coordinator is Mounde. Oh my God. The good lady. She's a really, really sweet soul. I don't know that you have the same opinion, but I never thought she was a good person, because, you know, she was my, what is it called? That thing for roles. She was my supervisor. What do you call it?
Huh?
The exam. I don't remember what you call those roles. Oh, panelists. You call them panelists.
Wounded.
Yeah, she was. And the experience wasn't so good. But now she was my supervisor during pupillage, and she was so nice. But probably she didn't remember how she harassed me. Okay, so term one, let's go. I think this should be the last term. That's my thinking. Here's the last term. Let's see. Record management. Let's see procurement. Let's discuss procurement, by the way, before we go to the other topics. We discuss procurement quick, fast. Okay, human resource, this is what we've been doing. Should be term 2. Human resource planning and management, introduction. Oh Lord, oh no, the theory is actually here. Oh my good God. Underpinning theories. There's some on that slide. So I think I'll take a screenshot and share with you, just in case you didn't capture them. Human resource planning. Let's see, human resource, job analysis and job design. Oh Lord. Okay, job analysis and job design. So you know what job analysis is, the nature, methods. Remember methods? Bottom-up approach, and then job design. Remember what it is? A concept of competency model. Concept of competency model involves looking at competence of employees and being able to determine what competencies are required for that job. So competency is basically knowledge, knowledge, skill, ability, which is applied to specific roles in order to get desired results. We have 2 classifications of competency modeling. Basically, competency modeling is looking at competency and then determining what type of competence in terms of knowledge, skills, ability you need for a particular job to achieve particular desired results. So competencies help simplify, your job design, your job analysis. So there are 2 classifications of job competency modeling. They are number 1, core behavioral competency, core or behavioral. Behavioral competency is number 1, how do you keep time? Behavior. Sasa wewe unakuja kwa ofisi 10:30. So timekeeping, you look at how that individual handles clients. What's their attitude? Any use they're shouting at clients. So behavior, like the general behavior, which you can actually observe. And then number 2, technical competency. Technical now is applicable to a particular role. Maybe your educational background. You have a degree in let's say maritime law. You have an LLM in the same. So competency can either be classified as behavioral, number 1, and number 2, technical competency, where we're looking at your particular relevance of job analysis. We've already discussed job analysis, recruitment process, steps in selection. We've discussed that. Selection methods. We've discussed that. Scientific selection. Scientific selection, I am not sure we've mentioned it, but I have something on scientific selection. So scientific selection is where you use scientific means, for you to be able to determine who you might need for a particular role. Yeah. You remember the tests we were discussing? Those tests for, oh Lord, I've already forgotten the name, but you guys, you know, you don't have the luxury, oh my God, of forgetting. I have just seen there's some theories of job design, but is it here? There's some theories of job design. Let me just tell you two. Senior, there's some theories of job design. Number one, organizational theory. So organizational theory, you remember, I hope you remember what job design was. So organizational theory looks at how an organization is working and whether or not it has an impact, yeah, on maybe let's say on the employees themselves. So that's organizational theory. There's another one called Taylorism theory. Taylorism theory basically looks at how you can use science in order to improve efficiency on tasks. Yeah. So it says splitting of tasks increases the efficiency. Yeah, that's Taylorism theory. I could have sent you, you know, I used to listen to some YouTube regarding Taylorism theory that time back in the day. So it believes that splitting tasks ensures effectiveness, and equally Taylorism theory dictates you pay according to productivity for each task performed. That's how you pay in order to maximize your benefits as an employer. There is another one called classical approach. So classical approach, the dictate is tasks should be split, and then you divide the technical tasks and the simple tasks. So technical tasks are performed by experts, and then simple ones by employees. That's a classical approach. You divide your task into bits. You know, you divide them into simple and technical. Simple are done by your employees. The other ones are, 3 theories are enough. Just remember organizational theory, classical theory, Taylorism, but there are about 10. There's so many. So I've just seen that as I was looking for a scientific selection, and I wanted to tell you guys something about scientific selection. So scientific selection is where you use a good tool, yeah, as good scientific or electronic tool, and then you're able to get results. Yeah, so the tool will select the potential good performance based on their skill, their knowledge, their attitude, and that is what we were discussing. Those ability tests using maybe polygraph, graphology. Graphology test is for handwriting. You want to see if you cannot write, we don't want you. Or there was another one for facial features. I forgot the name. That's scientific, okay? So placement, socialization, we've discussed placement, induction, and socialization. So let's go to what did I say we are going to? Procurement. We are going to procurement, yeah? So procurement, we just start from top. We just start from up, down, going up. Yeah, let's start kutoka chini tukipanda juu. Sindio, it makes better sense that way. So we start, does it make sense really? What would you guys like? Do we start from downwards going up? We start from procurement going up. I think we could do that. Okay, so I am majorly going to focus on procurement methods, because other bits are very theoretical. Like there are things you can apply yourself kidogo, and then you're able to know exactly what's going on. Yeah. Oh Lord, there's something else before we go to procurement. Just give me 1 quick minute. I check it. So let's discuss that, and then we go to procurement. I've just seen it. I've just seen it on my hard copy. Yeah. So let's discuss that. What are here? Training and development. That's what I've seen. And career. We discussed career development. This is what I want us to discuss. Internal mobility. After we discuss internal mobility, we go to, there's something else. Training and development. Yeah. So let me share slides on internal. We are going to go through this quick fast. Oh Lord, there is a hand up. Please, Maurice, go on. I couldn't see your hand. Please go on, Maurice. Yes.
Yeah. You stopped sharing slides, so I was asking whether you can be able to share some slides.
Okay.
Maybe on, yeah. And then the second one.
You can see now. Oh, I was sharing the course outline. I've shared the slides now. There's some notes over here. I wanted
Yeah,
to
those
discuss.
notes.
Okay, yeah, sawa,
And
sawa.
then
So I wanted,
the second one,
yeah,
Lydia, is
yes.
where does job description fit in the human resources
We we we
area?
said we said job description is an outcome of job analysis.
Okay, that's what I
So
wanted
after
to.
so after you conduct your job analysis, one of the outcome you're able to get your job description, which involves the skills required, the organizational structure, where exactly to have a particular job. So it's an outcome of a job analysis. And I'm going to
Thank you,
share
sir.
those slides. Okay, so we discuss internal mobility and separation. So internal mobility is the movement of employees. Yeah. Internal
Yeah.
mobility could either be vertical, yeah, it could be vertical. Vertical means promotion. Yeah, promotion is the vertical movement of employees in the organization. Yeah, so we start with promotion. Promotion is the vertical movement of employees. So it takes the form of movement from one job to another, usually higher status, like from litigation, like from, let's say, associate to a partner. So if you make a partner from an associate, you'll say it's a promotion. So it's movement from, it's vertical, such that ordinarily you're getting higher status. And promotion can either be temporary, where you're acting for a particular duration of time, or it could be permanent. And it could come with increment of salary or not. So there are two types of promotions. Number one, it can be horizontal. Horizontal is where the employee is getting more work and their salary is equally increased. So it happens when employees is promoted to a senior position within the same job. So your job description didn't change. You are a litigation counsel and now you're the head of the litigation department. Or maybe legal officer 3, you're promoted to legal officer 2. So this particular promotion may come with some benefits, or it could actually be dry. Dry meaning your responsibilities have increased, but no money. You have so many responsibilities, but your money has not been increased. Vertical promotion, on the other hand, is where you move from one job category to another job category. For example, you're in a vertical promotion, your job description, your job classification will change. If we were referring to you as an associate, you're now a managing partner. So for vertical promotion, your job classification will change. You'll have like a different job category, different roles, different responsibilities altogether. And then it could be a dry promotion. A dry promotion is where you've been promoted in terms of your responsibilities have increased, but there is no increase in salary. So you are working, responsibilities are so many, but your status has changed, but no increase in pay at all. So your promotion can either be horizontal, it can be vertical, it could be dry, where you've been promoted in terms of your responsibility increasing, but no money. Purpose of, oh Lord, just allow me to give you like kidogo, senior. And then I know you know these things. Purpose of promotion, you want to recognize the employees' skill and knowledge. If honestly they've been there for 20 years, they've garnered a lot of skill and knowledge, and therefore it's just proper for you to promote them. Yeah, equally, it's a way of rewarding employees, rewarding and motivating them. If you promote them, you're actually motivating them to become better because they expect another, let's say, promotion in the next 2 years. Equally develops a competitive spirit, and employees become very zealous. They want to actually become better than the other guy because they know if these are my billables, then I'm likely to get promoted and this other guy is not likely. If I stay in the office the whole night, surely it's me who you're going to promote. So guys are going to become very competitive, equally boost their satisfaction and morale, build their loyalty, a sense of belongingness, retain skilled and talented people, because it's a way of actually making sure you're retaining employees. Yeah, it's a retain mechanism. You want your guys to stay here. So some of other questions could be, what would be your content in a promotion policy? Of course, number one, you provide equal opportunity. Yeah, so a good policy has to be one that promotes a good promotion policy, promotes equal opportunities for everybody. You're not promoting one guy. For the last 5 years, you've been promoting 2 people. Yeah, equally, it has to be applied uniformly, irregardless, yeah, of the employee's background. Yeah, it has to be very fair and impartial. There has to be a way of actually promoting guys, maybe depending on their results, their output. There has to be a basis on promoting them. Equally, you have to have a, okay, we've discussed, you have to have a basis of promoting employees, which means the policy has to be fair. Equally, it has to be correlated with career planning. If there is one guy who told you that they want to make partner, yeah, in their late career, then it just makes sense for you to promote this particular guy, yeah, to keep promoting them for them to actually get there. So it has to be aimed towards making sure you achieve the career plan of an employee. Equally, there has to be an authority entrusted with the task of making the final decision on who to promote, majorly HR, or someone who is actually implementing the promotion policy. Equally, promotion has to be made on a trial basis. You promote on a trial basis. You can't wake up, you promote one person because they speak same language as you. So this has been examined before. Characteristics of a sound promotion policy. This will be your point, amongst others. Yeah, some of the bases of promotion or some of the grounds that you could use for promoting include, number one, or criteria for promoting could be on the basis of seniority. Yeah, so seniority means if you've been here for a very long period of time, longevity, it's you we are going to promote. Number two, merit. Merit in terms of performance. You've actually gone for your master's. You have 1,000 other courses that you've actually done, So you can promote you on that basis, your performance. Number three, educational technical qualification. That is obvious. And number four, potential and better performance. You actually have a potential of doing better as a managing partner because you're too bossy. Number five, career and succession plan. We've said you can look at someone's career plan. You remember career plan, and then vacancies based on organizational chart, and then you decide who goes where. Equally, you look at motivational strategies, for example, job enlargement. I hope you remember job enlargement when we were discussing job design, and equally training. Yeah, so it might be actually a basis for training someone, maybe to take up the role after someone has resigned or someone has already retired, maybe they're approaching the retirement age, and you can promote someone into the managing partner's position to make sure when they check, this guy actually leaves someone who's they've already trained. So you can promote on the basis of ensuring someone is trained for purposes of taking up a role that is coming up. So these are your bases or your criteria before you promote someone. That will go into your policy. Transfer is equally a mode of mobility, but transfer will happen when employees are moving horizontally. Yeah, so transfer will happen when we send you to, it's a change in job of the employee without change in responsibility. So we are going to send you to another place, or we are going to transfer you, ask you to go work elsewhere for one reason or the other. So why would we need to transfer? Number one, we want to meet the organizational needs. For example, there is need to transfer you to a particular office. Let's say we are sending you to an office in Kisumu because now litigation matters have increased and we need more people there. So it will transfer you to meet that particular need of more human resource. Number two, satisfy the employee needs. An employee could apply to be transferred. I could tell you, you know what? Now me, I have started a family. I got married. And my husband is in Moyale. So you guys need to take me to Moyale ASAP or rather my marriage will break. So you could be transferred to satisfy your own needs because you have sought such a transfer. Equally, for better utilization of employees, maybe you have so many employees that we don't need in our Nairobi office and everybody wants to stay in Nairobi. So we will transfer you in order to make sure you're better utilized elsewhere that you're needed. Equally, to make the employee more versatile, you become more versatile with your exposure. If we send you to a different location, then of course, we're increasing your versatility. Equally, adjust the workforce, provide relief, where there is an employee who's taken their annual leave, we can send you there, to take up the roles of such an employee for a particular. Equally, to punish an employee, you can be transferred as a punishment, especially police. Police will be transferred from, let's say, CBD, Central Police Station, to Samburu as a mode of punishing them. You know, so you can be transferred to a very semi-arid dry area to make you learn a lesson. So you can be transferred to punish you. So the question will be, what are the content of a good transfer policy? Now, I'm not going to belabor the point because it will be similar to promotion. Number one, specify the circumstances under which transfers will be made, or what are the grounds to transfer someone, and then you communicate to employees. Equally, you specify the basis, you know. Oh, there's some basis for transfer. Okay, I'll show you shortly. You specify the basis for your transfer. Is it because it's a punishment? And then you decide the authority which will handle the transfers. All policies, they have, if you're discussing qualities of a policy, one of the content of a good policy, there has to be someone who's implementing it. Yeah. Equally communicate the policy to employees, equally specify jobs to which the transfers will be made, equally clarify on whether the transfer is permanent or temporary, indicate whether the transfer is between department or between units or between different, like you're sent to an entirely different department, and not to be made frequent, because transfer is not, like an employee before they adjust to the new place, you can't just keep on transferring people on a weekly basis. So there's some types of transfers here. A transfer could either be a production transfer. A production transfer is a transfer that is made in order to avoid layoff of an employee. So you can be transferred from one department to another, because in this department we are so many. And in order to make sure we don't render you redundant, then we send you to another department to avoid laying you off. That's production transfer. Number two, remedial transfer. Remedial transfer is where there was a mistake during selection. We selected the wrong person without qualities, and equally, we placed them in the wrong department. So it could transfer you to that department that you actually are supposed to be at. You should have actually put you there during placement. So we can remedial transfer basically is meant to correct, remedy that which was done wrong during placement. We might have placed you in the wrong department. We transfer you to the correct one. Equally, transfer can be replacement transfer. Replacement transfer is where you're sent to replace someone. You know, so we send you to replace someone who's not there, or maybe they've taken their annual leave. We need someone there. It could be a versatility transfer. A versatility transfer is made for preparing an employee for replacement. You remember we said that you can be transferred for purposes of becoming versatile and gaining skills and knowledge. So a versatility transfer, let's say we know that the manager of our Nanyuki branch is retiring early next year. This year we can transfer you from Nairobi to Nanyuki in order to prepare you to take up the role of a manager next year, because our manager is leaving. So versatility transfer is meant to prepare an employee for replacement. Equally could be a shift transfer. A shift transfer is where we tell you to go and work at Kisumu today, and then tomorrow your shift is in Nairobi. So these transfers are affected in the organization where work progresses for 24 hours in shifts. So today we send you out to go. I would like to think this is how nannies work. What are these guys called? For airplanes, pilots. Yeah, we could send you out for a flight to Abu Dhabi tonight, and then tomorrow we tell you, no, you're coming here. Now you would go to a different place. So it could be a shift transfer, like you work here today, the other day you work elsewhere, like how shifts work ideally. And there could be a penalty transfer, usually for punishment, especially those police. They'll be sent for transfers in order to punish them. You know, a penalty transfer is to punish you. Of course, we'll send you into an undesirable location, like so far off, Al-Shabaab. We'll send you there because you've taken a bribe. So those are some types of transfer. Could be production, could be remedial, replacement, versatility, shift, or penalty. Demotion is equally a type of internal mobility, and demotion is just the opposite of promotion. If you're demoted, you're like, it's downward movement, the organizational hierarchy. So lower status, lower rank, lower pay. So it demotes you. Causes of demotion will be number one, incompetence. Honestly, you've been so incompetent, we cannot tolerate you. Just Just stop it. So we demote you. We tell you, oh, you won't lose your job, but we are going to demote you. And then it could be adverse business conditions. Honestly, we cannot have any more. We cannot have 4 associates, or rather, we cannot have 4 senior associates. Some of you are going to become junior associates. So you can be actually demoted because of adverse business condition. Maybe COVID is here, we don't have any work. You can equally be demoted because as a disciplinary measure to teach you a lesson. You can be demoted as a penalty, just to teach you a lesson. So a policy, a demotion policy equally, all these internal mobility, you need policies, yeah? You need to have number 1. So a systematic policy on demotion has to have these 5 important points. Number 1, a clear, reasonable list of rules, because you want to show us which violation will lead to demotion. Is it because I'm coming to work at time? But I had a habit of going to work at 9. I don't, no one will tell you, but they look at you at some type of way, but it's not good. So is it because we are coming late, you're going to demote us? And then number 2, the information is communicated. So you tell your employees, you know what? This is what's going to happen if you log in over here at 9. Equally, there should be competent investigation before you demote someone, maybe on an alleged misconduct, on an alleged incompetence. You investigate, because you can't say I'm just incompetent without any basis whatsoever, and give me a chance to actually respond, So you conduct investigations, because you could be taken to the employment court if you demote someone unfairly. So you investigate, and then once you prove the violations, then you can actually now demote, and there should be a provision for review. Yeah, at what point do we review your demotion? Yeah, so a demotion policy is a good policy if it has clear and reasonable list of rules, and which rules, if you violate, we demote you, and information is communicated. You have a competent investigation done, and then reasons are communicated. You give them an opportunity to respond, and then ultimately you have to have a body, a person responsible for implementation of your policy. Separations is equally another mode of internal mobility. So separation could be for various reasons. An employee could be separated from the organization for various reasons. You could be separated because you've retired. If you retire, of course, you go home. We have a farewell party, so you go home. There are 2 types of retirement. Could be compulsory, where you've attained the age of the compulsory age, of retirement, so you go, and then voluntary, where you decide just retire. You voluntarily retire, and then you go. You could be separated because you've resigned. You decide at this point in your career, really, you're not feeling this. You need to check, so you resign. Okay. Equally, death is a mode of separation. If you die, of course, you've died. You resign. You've left, and it could be layoff. You've been laid off. You've lost your job because maybe we don't have any more work. Our contract with our major client has been terminated, or maybe retrenchment. Retrenchment is where you lose your job because of economic reasons. It's constraining on the company itself, such that we can't have you anymore. We can't even pay you. Equally, you could be dismissed. You could be separated because you've been dismissed under the Employment Act, maybe summarily dismissed, or dismissed for any other reason. Maybe you failed to do what you're supposed to do, so you can be dismissed. Yeah. So those are the ways through which retrenchment is. Do you know what we call it's in the Employment Act, section that is something. Oh Lord, the name has escaped. Yeah, but retrenchment is where we have no more work as a company, and therefore it's actually we can't even meet our salary requirements. Yeah, so you can be separated at any point in the organization because you've retired, you've resigned, you've died, you've been laid off, you've been retrenched, or you've actually been dismissed. Your dismissal is because number 1, you come to work late, you don't actually do what you're supposed to do. Instead of demoting you, we can actually tell you to go home and never come back over here. Okay. So what else were we supposed to look at? There was something else, training and development. Oh Lord, let me just tell you what you need to know about training and development. It's already, and I know. So training and development, what you need to know is why is it important to train employees, and how do you train employees? Like why? Okay, so training you will train your employees because you want to improve their efficiency, you know? So the question is, why do you need to train? Number one, improve their efficiency. Number two, because of technological change, you want to show your employees how to use the new technology. Number four, improve the quality of their work. Equally, you will train in order to bridge the gap between theory and practical bits. You know what you learn in KSL and now in the field. So we can train you in order to bridge the gap between your theory bit and your practical bit. In order, equally, you'll train to enable the employee move from one job to another. You want this employee to be able to learn the nuances of another job, maybe because you want to transfer them. Equally, you will train them in order to meet challenges imposed by the global market. Maybe there are changes in a particular area and the firm is changing maybe its approach towards matters, solutions. You want to indulge in a lot of ADR. So you want to train our employees on mediation, arbitration. So called train in order to meet challenges imposed by the global market. So the other question is, how do you develop a training program? You'll first of all identify the training needs, and then you set your training objectives. And then you will have the content for the training. Let's say we are going to train you guys on the tax area. And then you'll have the length of your training. Do you need 2 days? Do you need 5 days? And then you'll have the follow-up mechanism. So you identify the training needs. That's how you develop a training program. You identify the training needs, you set the training objectives, the content of your training, the length of your training, and then follow-up and evaluation. Some of the training approaches that you could use include, number one, a classroom lecture. You could decide to teach them. Yeah, classroom lecture, number one. Number two, you could use group discussions. Group discussion method is where you tell these guys in this department, you guys exchange knowledge. What do you know? It could be apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is where you ask someone to watch and learn from another person. Yeah. And then it could be job rotation. Yeah, so this week they go to this department, the other week to the other department. So those are some of the methods that you could approach when you're training. Equally, you could use computer-based training. So you send out materials, they look at them. Yeah, so what you look at is the advantages, disadvantages of each one of those. And then there's some evaluation models to see whether your training is working. I'll share those models with you. There is one called Kirkpatrick model. I'll share models, evaluation models to see whether your training method is actually working. So not to worry. So importance of training, you will answer that. You will equally answer in developing a training program. You would answer methods of training and why you need to train comfortably. And the challenges of training. Everything has a challenges. So challenges of training will be lack of support from the management, or maybe lack of support from the trainees. The persons who you want to train, they are very disinterested. Equally, there could be an issue of resistance to change. People don't want to learn new things, you know. They want same old. They want to type using typewriter. Equally, maybe poor training infrastructure. You don't have the material to actually train your employees. We could have training budgets. You don't manage to train people. Employee, they lack awareness of any training programs. They have no idea. And the newly trained employees may leave the firm. So you train people, and then immediately after, quick, fast, they leave that law firm, never to be seen again. Yeah. So let me just check this out. Give me 1 minute. So I want us to let's discuss going upwards. So we start with safety, security, and disaster. Cynthia, by the way, let's discuss from up down. I mean, down up. So we are discussing office management. I'm going to start with safety, security, and disaster management. Yes, please. Hi.
You had also mentioned procurement.
Oh, so we start with procurement. Okay, let's start with procurement, Basi, and then we go to safety, security, and disaster management. So procurement, we are going to look at oh, by the way, before I forget, you see those theory for accounting. See, there's some theory there. Like I don't know what those theories are, but there's some theories for you. If you look at Kimari's book, the first pages, yeah, That theory is so important. Like, why do you need accounting? So questions on accounting, don't forget theory for accounting, because you might entirely look at mathematics and then you forget theory for accounting is equally examinable. So as you're looking for as you're looking at your, oh Lord, what am I saying? As you're looking at accounting, look at theory for accounting, because there's some theory there. I would have told you some of those, but let me see whether I'll get them, and I'll tell you some of those things. At least for theory, I can assist. Okay, so we're discussing procurement methods. Now, let's discuss procurement methods first. They include number one, open tender. So basically, procurement is the process of getting what you need as an organization. Yeah, in terms of material, maybe material, printing papers as a law firm, computers, such things. So these are the methods that you could use. Number one, we have open tender. Open tender is where you invite tenders. Yeah, you budget first of all, and then you do procurement planning. You invite for tenders, and then after you invite for tenders, then tenders are submitted, and then you do tender opening, you do tender evaluation, and then you select the most suitable guy, the most suitable bidder. So tendering is basically that process of inviting guys to tender. Like you invite all of us to put in our tenders, and then we'll tell you why we think we are more deserving, maybe because of our prices. And then number two, there is another one called a two-stage tendering. Two-stage tendering is equally called a competitive negotiation. So competitive negotiation is where you have two tenders. These are two applicants who have quoted the same price in their tender. So all of them have said they'll supply to us the computers at 200,000. So two people. So in order to disentangle the tie, we ask them to tender again. So it's called two-stage tendering, where two more applicants have quoted the same price in their tender. There is another one called design competition. This is where you want a design, you want a logo for the law firm. So you use it to procure creative services. That's what it's called, design. You want a logo for the law firm, or you want something very creative, yeah, for the law firm. So you use design competition. Equally, you could use restricted tendering. Restricted tendering is where you use for specialized goods, yeah, and suppliers are limited in number. So restricted tendering, like you really need a particular good from this particular place. You need your printing papers from a very particular place. It's called restricted tendering, usually good for specialized goods. Suppliers are limited in number, and it's very cheap. Okay, and then it could be direct procurement. So direct procurement, on the other hand, is just where you go to one person. So you use direct procurement when goods are urgently needed, and you're going through the tendering process will be very impractical. Yeah. So you go directly to one person, maybe because the IP rights are held by that person, or there is need for compatibility. So if you've been using your printing papers, which have been printed by XYZ designers, then you go to XYZ designers because you want some sort of uniformity and compatibility. So that is direct procurement. And then request for quotation is equally another method of procurement. So request for quotation is where you proceed, and it is used when goods and services being procured are readily available and cheap. So you request two companies for quotation. Yeah, you request company X for quotation. You know the goods are there. For example, printing papers. Equally, there's another one called low value procurement. Low value procurement is where goods and services are not usually procured on a regular basis. And it's called low value because the goods you want to procure that do not exceed a particular amount of money. So it's called low value. And it's where your goods are basically low value. And these goods are, you don't buy them on a regular basis. And you they don't exceed a particular amount. Let's say for your end of year party, you want samosas and you only buy them once a year. You know, you will only use low value because it's something you get once in a while and it's a particular amount, maybe 15K, you know, low value. And then there is another one called force account. So force account procurement method is where the entity uses its own personnel and equipment. Like you don't actually outsource externally, you use what you have. It's equally a mode of procurement. So you could actually decide that, you know, our law firm in Kisumu has a lot of printing papers you're not going to buy. We call for those, you know, that's force account. Use your own personnel, your own equipment without outsourcing from a third party. And then competitive we've discussed competitive negotiation. There is another one called electronic reverse auction. Electronic reverse auction is a mode of procurement where you bid on a portal. Yeah, your procurement portal is used. You create a procurement portal. All bidders can see the prices bidded by everybody, and the bidder can actually reduce the price. So if you see a guy who's bid at 20K, you go and reduce yours to 18. So your bid becomes more desirable. So that is electronic reverse auction. You use a procurement portal, and everybody is able to see how much everybody has bidded, and they can actually change the bid amount. And equally, there is the last one. It's called request for proposals. So request for proposals is where it is used when services are advisory in nature or intellectual in nature. So maybe we want to do an advisory to the government of Kenya on the effect of what they are doing, or you just want to do a particular advice to a particular body. You want to advise on how environment and land court can actually seamlessly render services. So you see, you would call out for proposals. You want to see who can render this advice better, you know? So request for proposal is used for advisory services or intellectual services, which are intellectual in nature. So these are your modes for procurement. Now, what the other bits in your course outline, they include basic concepts for procurement, which will include the methods for procurement, and then it has procurement process. So the process will start with budgeting. You start by budgeting. First of all, you identify the need. Maybe you look at your inventory, there is something you require. You've ran out of something. So you identify the need for a service or a good. After identifying the need, you proceed and inform whoever is in charge. So let's say you will inform the top management, or you will inform your procurement department if you have one. So inform the procurement department. And then you proceed and budget, like how much will it cost? Whatever you want to get, how much will it cost? And then after telling us how much it will cost, then you will go to your procurement planning. So procurement planning is deciding what method are we going to use. Are we going to use force account, competitive negotiations, design competition? How much are we going to, like which method are you going to use? And then you proceed and requisition, or you raise a requisition to the extent that you want to invite for tenders, you want to call for proposals for that particular service or for that good. And then consequently you proceed and acquire. And then you pay for whatever you bought. Yeah. Sometimes you'll send out purchase orders if there is need to send out purchase orders, especially where you're buying in large quantities. If you identify whom you're buying for, you send them, especially where you're doing restricted tendering or direct procurement, you send them purchase order. You tell them we need 20 reams of printing papers and stationery to this extent. That is what you'll get from whoever that you've requested. You've requested to bring. So the other question would be, besides the process and besides the methods of procurement, would be why is it useful to keep an inventory? Why is it useful to keep stock control? Why would you keep your stock control? Like you want to know exactly how much you've spent or how much you need in the near future. Why do you think it's important to keep your inventory? Like why would you keep tracking how much you've used, how much you need? Of course, goes without saying. Yes, it goes without saying, you guys are so brilliant. You're wondering these things are so, I should be telling you about partnership accounts. But don't worry. You know, I am really not sure whether mathematics is your cup of tea. It has never been any lawyer's cup of tea, but you know it can actually be your cup of tea. So if it is, oh Lord, just but then you know that mathematics for this unit, it's not hard mathematics. Maybe it's the attitude, by the way. But at the same time, oh Lord, let's discuss the other topic, safety and security and disaster management. So this particular topic, the questions they are easy, but at least you need like some background. Why are we talking about safety? So this topic is office management. So the reason why you want to, okay, let's start with what safety is. Yeah. Of course, maybe as defined by your lecturers, it's a state where you are safe and not in danger. Yeah, let me get some slides on safety. So that is safety. You're not in danger. You're very safe. You're not at any risk. So some of safety hazards at the workplace, at the office, they could be number one, mechanical causes, or rather, why would we have a safety issue, yeah, at the workplace? It's because of mechanical cause. It could be a mechanical cause. Maybe we had a bulb. We were working and then some valve fell or some bulb broke and therefore someone was injured. Equally, because of a defective machine. Number two, it could be a psychological cause. A psychological cause is where you have not had enough rest. God, I think tomorrow you guys will sleep a lot, but please find me at Gate C. I am kidding. I remember that day after the paper, everyone was at Gate C. But don't go to, just go and sleep. You guys are tired. Anyway, so it could be you don't have enough rest, maybe you're disabled, you can't use the staircase, you're still trying to use it. So it could be a psychological cause. Yeah. And number three, it could be an emotional stability, where you're allowing employees work under influence of anything, of drugs. So they're not actually able to reason very properly on what to do exactly, you know? So they fall on the floor. So it could be because of emotional stability. So the question on safety is usually, what safety measures can a company take in order to make sure that employees are very safe? So some of the safety measures that you will take for your employees would include, number one, have an appropriate safety program policy. To the extent that if you're working in that law firm or wherever, you're able to very well know, yeah, that they're, number one, you cannot go there under influence. If you're so tired, you can always ask for your leave days. Like basically, you have an appropriate safety program policy. Number two, you can give an insurance cover to employees. Like if you get injured at the workplace, then you can actually do this and that. You could equally give them maybe a cover to go to the hospital when they're feeling really, 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 really fatigued, you know. Equally, you could create a safe working environment. Make sure there is adequate lighting. Guys are not falling left, right, and center. They can't even see where they're going. So make sure you could make sure you know that you have a proper safe working environment, maintain a safe working environment, including you have really maybe big walkways. Guys can see, they can walk, the lighting is good. Yeah. Equally, you could have some safety tools, especially where it's, you know, those guys who work outside a construction site. Yeah. Like you give them in a law firm, what safety tools could guys use? Even tags. Tags could be a safety tool because you see someone who doesn't work there. And of course, alert the rest of the employees. This guy doesn't work here. We have never seen him, you know. You could have safety tools. Equally, you could have a first aid kit, you know, in case you're injured. But I have never seen a safety aid kit at a law firm, but a guy could fall on the stairs and you need to attend to them ASAP. Yeah. So the other question is, what issues do you consider as you're developing your safety policy? Number one, you start with investigation process. Like, what are some of the accidents that occur here? Like, what are the safety hazards that you have? So you investigate first of all. Number two, you proceed and And you could ask our employees, what safety mechanisms do you think we could have in place? And then secondly, you proceed and draft your policy. You could have a draft policy, and then you discuss with the management. And then consequently, after discussing with the management, you could incorporate their changes, and then you prepare a final policy and share with the employees, communicate with the employees, and have someone in place to actually make sure it's implemented, and actually make sure that you're reviewing it. Yeah, maybe periodically after every year, you're reviewing your safety policy in order to include maybe safety measures that could be adopted by the company or by the employer or by the organization. The other thing is security. Security now, unlike safety, security can be influenced by external factors. So there's some the security risks. Number one, it could be cybercrime, like someone has hacked into your system. It could be sabotage by the employees. It's an employee who actually left the door open. And then people stole laptops, computers, it could be sabotage by an employee. It could equally be a continuous threat by terrorism. Terrorism, actually, your law firm is in a mall. So they came there to shot everybody, and then lack of control over the keys to the stores. Like everybody has access to in our case, maybe a registry. Everybody has access to the registry. They can come in, come out. You don't know who has taken which file. Yeah, it's everywhere. You could equally have leakage of confidential information. That's a security risk. Like people are leaking confidential information left, right, and center. Or maybe having unguarded entrances and exits. Yeah, like anybody can come in and you wouldn't even know. And anyone can walk out. Or maybe authorizing, allowing unauthorized persons in the office. Or failing to check the staff when they arrive and leave the office. But that's so intrusive. Checking staff when they arrive and leave. I see supermarkets do that, but would an advocate allow to have their bag checked when coming in? Well, that depends. It seems so intrusive. An advocate will actually sue you. It will say you're infringing on their right of privacy. Equally, maybe having too many workers with access to the cash box and the safe. Everybody has access to the title deed, the safe. That's a security risk. So the question is, what measures can a manager take to ensure they reduce security risks? Of course, the obvious: safeguard the premises, ensure visitors are checked, yeah, ensure staff security, yeah, make sure that staff is at all time they're safe. Equally, ensure security of information. Yeah, so information is not leaked. We don't have any person who's hacking into your system. So ensure security of info, and equally ensure security of the cash. If you guys have cash, you can lock, you can put it in a safe, make sure the keys are, not everybody has access to keys. The other question is importance of security and safety. So you guys can look at importance of security and safety. Since it's to ensure employees' productivity, because guys are not worried a stranger might come in here and start shooting indiscriminately. So they are safe, they can work safely. And equally, it's actually your right to security. It's a constitutional right. That's why we will have a such. The other question is, what challenges could you face when you're implementing a safety or a security policy? Of course, you just think about it. If you know what safety is, what security is, you can think about what are some of the challenges could we face when implementing such. Number one, disconnect with security agencies. There's something which is beyond you as a law firm. If some terrorists come in, honestly, what can you do? Yeah? So you have to contact a police. So there is that disconnect. Police don't know you have a policy that you have to call promptly, The issue of corruption. An employee will sabotage you deliberately. There's an employee, it was a clerk. So they used to be sent with cash to go and deposit at the bank. Back in the day, we didn't have M-Pesa, no bank transfers using your phone. You have to go to a physical bank and deposit money. So this guy used to be sent. And then one day, he was sent with money and he disappeared. I think he actually colluded with the secretary. And then the both of them disappeared. And it was a lot of money. So an employee can sabotage you. Equally, poor implementation of the policy. Maybe we don't have an implementation mechanism, or too many unnecessary laws. which create duplication, confusion, yeah, and political interference as well in terms of security, because it's external, it's like beyond you. Sometimes there's just too much that you can do in terms of your security at your law firm. Okay, so that's security. Questions on security will be along that line. Why do you need security? How can you improve security? What are the contents of your security? If you ask content of your security policy, you just say number one, access to the safe and keys has to be, one person has to be given such access. And then you would say that every employee has to have a tag, requirement for employees to have a tag, a requirement for employees to fill in a log while they come in, so we know who's here, who's not here. A requirement for visitors to be checked, that has to go into your policy, such things. Okay, so there is something else, discrimination and sexual harassment. So let's discuss sexual harassment. It has very specific things which I would like us to mention. So sexual harassment in specifically workplace, it can be, I don't know whether there was a time I was telling you guys, Cindy, is it you? No, I mean, it's the last point. I was telling them there was a time when sexual harassment was so prevalent in law firms, like a law firm. And now guys who are harassing you, it's like a lecturer, not a lecturer. Oh Lord, sorry. It's like a senior, like guys who, and it's actually too tired. It's you can equally harass you as an employee, you can harass your employer. Okay. Anyway, be that as it may, sexual harassment is defined as may occur. It may occur between persons of the opposite sex or even same sex. So both males and females can either be victims or they could be offenders. So it's neither here nor there. Really, you cannot say that the only person who can sexually assault the other guy is a male, is a female, and it can actually be same sex. It can be same sex sexual harassment. Okay, so sexual harassment is it is defined, there are forms. I think we'll be able to define as you get the forms. So it is an unwelcome sexual advance or request for sexual favor, yeah, and other physical or verbal conduct of a sexual nature that tends to create a hostile and very offensive work environment, such that you're not able to deliver. That is sexual harassment. Okay, it is an unwanted advance of sexual underline unwanted. It is unwanted, it is unwelcome, and if it is welcome, it is not it's not sexual harassment. But if it's unwelcome, unwanted, then it becomes a sexual harassment. Now, of importance for our purposes, I want us to discuss forms of sexual harassment. And okay, let's start with types of sexual harassment. I have remembered that specifically because there was a time, there was a heated debate on what is the difference between types and forms of sexual harassment. So we start with types. And of course, I'm telling you this from your course instructor, course coordinator. Yeah, Mounde. So she said that types of sexual harassment are different from forms of sexual harassment. These slides might be contradictory because it was actually raised during her class. Yeah. So I think, but I'm unable to edit it. So let me see what I can do. Maybe use this black pen because this should be types. So types of sexual harassment. So you will write here types of sexual harassment. So types are number one, quid pro quo. Quid pro quo is where scratch my back, I scratch yours. Or do this for me, I do that for you. Section 6 of the Employment Act prohibits this form of sexual harassment, quid pro quo. Like, do this, I do this for you. Okay, do this for me, I give you a job. Such. That's quid pro quo, where like it's an exchange. If you do this for me, I'm going to do that for you. That's number one type. Number two, it could be creation, oh Lord, creation of a hostile, oh my God, creation of a hostile work environment. This is where you basically tell this particular person that they have to do something. And now the work environment becomes intolerable. Yeah. So you become a nuisance every single time, like you're just a nuisance. This guy can't even work. The person cannot work. You know, there is a particular case pending in court of a particular guy, you know. So it was a guy, it was actually a supervisor harassing an employee. Both are guys. And this particular guy used to send him text in the middle of the night. Tomorrow when he goes to, like on his way to work, he's told, after you arrive, come to my office. And now he has work on his desk. So he can't even do it. So you create a hostel, they can't even work. Every single time you're telling them, come to my office, and you have nothing to tell them. You just want to harass them, you know? So if you're creating, creation of a hostel working environment, equally it could be same-sex harassment. So like the example I've given you, and you know now that guy lost his job, and he had the audacity to actually go to the employment court saying that he has been unfairly terminated. So same-sex sexual harassment is where it is defined in the UN Secretary General's Bulletin. Oh Lord, would you even remember that in an exam? So it is same-sex harassment, like female, male, male, male. That is what you would call same-sex harassment. So if you ask to discuss types of sexual harassment, you'll say quid pro quo, creation of a hostile work environment, and same-sex sexual harassment. Now, on forms of sexual harassment, it could either be number one, verbal. Okay, it could be verbal. Verbal is where, like I'm telling you, I'm harassing you verbally. Things that I'm telling you are sexual and very unwelcome. Yeah. So I tell you, come to my office. Yeah. Such verbal. So verbal, these are comments or questions about your appearance, your life, your style, your sexual orientation, or maybe offensive calls verbally. So that's verbal. Number two form, it could be physical. Physical includes physical violence. Like, for example, touching, unnecessary close proximity, you know, such is physical now, or maybe touching someone, or maybe doing something physically to them. And then it could be non-verbal. Non-verbal is whistling. You know those guys are, Madam, that is sexual harassment, non-verbal. Okay, I don't know whether saying that is tantamount of sexual harassment, but it could be non-verbal, maybe whistling, sexually suggestive gestures, maybe a display of sexual material, you know, it could be non-verbal. There's a friend of mine in a law firm, you know, those law firms that are housed in a house, like it's a house, you know. So she was called by her boss to the office. And then this particular person was displaying sexual material on his laptop. That is tantamount to sexual harassment. Or maybe they go out of court station and then this person has booked one hotel room. And the out of court station is like 1,000 kilometers away from your station. So you can't even go back home, you know? That would be non-verbal, where they're actually doing things they're unwelcome sexual playing gestures, you know? Such would be. So there are three forms: physical, verbal, non-verbal. There are three types: creation of a hostile working environment, quid pro quo, and same-sex harassment. Okay, so these are your forms. Can be physical, can be verbal, can be non-verbal. Causes of sexual harassment. Good Lord, we're not going to discuss this. Socialization, like socialization is where you think we are too close. You think we are too close that you can actually say something to me, or you can physically do something, you know. It could be power game. You know, power game is where I'm in power. So what can you do? What can you really do if I display some sexual material on my laptop, or in fact send it to you to your WhatsApp? What will you do? I am your real master. It could be because of moral values they've deteriorated. Could be divorce, surely. Will divorce be a cause of sexual harassment? Well, neither here nor there. Equally cultural differences. Cultures, it's very proper for me to actually touch you in some type of way. So there's this guy in a particular tier 1 law firm. They used to be told they're smelling nice. So every single day that lady passes through their desk, they say, "Hey, Lord, you're smelling really nice today." Every single day, "Oh Lord, I like your cologne," every day. So this guy went to HR and reported and said they're being sexually harassed. So I thought to myself, well, I really don't know what you think, but do you think being told you're smelling nice is sexual harassment? depends. So I think in that guy's culture it is. And then credibility of victim blaming. You come and tell us you've been assaulted. We will judge you. We will throw stones. We'll tell you, why did you wear a short skirt? Hey, why were you there at night? Why did you go to the office? Like, we will blame the victim. Okay. And then aggressiveness or bravado, then it's taken too far. So you become overly brave. Yeah, you're taking the act too far. Like, now you're becoming overly aggressive. So it's either tantamount to sexual harassment, or maybe lack of any company policy. It could contribute to sexual harassment, because this particular person might now feel like, you know what, I am going to do it because there's no policy. What will you guys do to me? Yeah. So effects of sexual harassment: emotional distress, physical issues, financial problems. A guy might have to go to for therapy because you harass them sexually, they're using money. So if you want to charge someone with a sexual harassment, there's some ingredients which you have to meet. Yeah, you can't just, it's a sexual offense, but there's some ingredients which you have to illustrate if at all you want to sue them as a sexual offense. Number one, you have to illustrate that that particular act in fact interfered with you, with your work. It was, the magnitude has to be very high. Honestly, I can't tell you you're smelling nice and then you charge me the criminal offense, you know. So the magnitude, you remember the burden of proof. The burden of proof is beyond reasonable doubt for criminal cases. However, Section 6 of the Employment Act defines what sexual harassment is, and there has to be a policy for sexual harassment in order to make sure that you know, guys are not actually going overboard. So the question will be, what content will go into your sexual harassment policy? Like, how would you make sure you have a good sexual harassment policy? The other thing is discrimination in the workplace. Discrimination can either be direct or indirect. You know, discrimination is where we treat you differently. So you're in the same position, maybe both of you are associates, but then we treat one less favorably than the other. That is discrimination. So it can either be direct or indirect. Direct discrimination is where you're treating someone less favorably than the others in similar circumstances. So like, for real, we can see this is what you're doing. You're like, you're for real. This guy comes to work at 9. You don't ask them, if I come at 9, you're almost firing me. Yeah. Number 2, indirect discrimination. Indirect is almost you can't say it unless you're super keen, and oftentimes it's very inadvertent. So it occurs when a specific practice or criterion or norm disadvantages specific class of individuals. Let's say if the partner goes to lunch with associates, then pupils won't go for lunch. You know, like if that's what the firm does historically, that's the history. Then if that's how we've been doing, it's indirect because it has been a norm over here. That's how we do things over here. Yeah, or maybe associates, every day of the week, we give them 2 leave days. If other guys don't get the same, they want to complain. It is not, it is indirect. It's inadvertent, is because of the norm or how things are usually done. Equally, it could be positive. Yeah, it is positive where you're treating a particular class of people differently for affirmative action. For example, let's say there's a particular case called Mary Wangui Gakonjo versus City County or City Council of Nairobi. You're doing something to one person because it's a farm. Okay, let's say the law firm doesn't have an elevator, like for you to go up the building. So we'll tell someone who ideally has a problem with their leg, it's okay. They can come 1 hour later. At 10 is okay. So you guys, the other people who have good legs, don't complain. It's for affirmative action. Or maybe to enable them, you know what we call reasonable accommodation. We want to enable someone who's disadvantaged to live like other people. So that will be positive discrimination. It's for positive, it's for affirmative action. It could be negative discrimination, which means it's unfavorable to a specific class of people for no reason at all. Yeah. So negative is bad discrimination. Positive is proper discrimination. It's allowable. It could be direct. It could be indirect. Yeah. Types of discrimination. Well, types can be, number 1, discrimination based on your color, how you look like your color. You know, some people have privileges because of their color or their race. Number 2, because of age. you know. So we are likely to treat younger people poorly, and then older people, we treat them with a lot of respect. So discrimination based on age is actually not allowable. There is a case there. It could be based on their HIV status. And of course, you can't treat someone differently because of their HIV status. I think Kitambo HIV used to be a big deal. Big deal. I think right now no one even would ask you whether you have HIV. Sindio, like when you're being employed, who will ask you for you? Some organizations will ask you for your medical results, but really it's not a ground to discriminate you because of your health status, HIV status. Of course, we all remember VMK versus Catholic University. That's a square. And then disability, we can't discriminate you because of your disability. If you're disabled, then we have to actually facilitate. Yeah, we have to enable you enjoy other rights like other guys. Equally, sex, you can't be discriminated because of your sex. Like females cannot get certain jobs. Yeah, so a recruitment policy excluding one gender is a bad recruitment policy. Yeah, equally, you can't discriminate on nationality. It's not allowable for you to discriminate me because I'm not from here. And the sexual orientation, you cannot equally discriminate someone based on their sexual discrimination. You can use Eric Getari. So they've put initials here and everyone knows it's Eric Getari. And then workers with family responsibilities. You know, there is an interview I went to, and then they asked me whether I have a family. So later on, I asked someone, why would someone ask me whether I have a family? And then they said they want to see your level of commitment. Like they want to see whether you will have too much time for the organization, or you will be leaving work early because you have a family. So workers with family responsibility should not be discriminated against. Equally, you can't discriminate on religion, on political opinion, on national extraction. You can't discriminate on those. It's not allowable. So you can't discriminate on origin, ethnicity, you know. That is what we call national extraction, like where someone comes from, their ethnicity, their tribe. It's not proper to discriminate on those. So those are your types for discrimination. It can be discrimination based on those aspects. So don't forget, it also discuss forms and types. You have to be very particular, okay? So I've told us that these are your types: direct, indirect, negative, positive. And then your forms, sorry, your types are over here: race, color, age, national extraction, sexual orientation, disability, HIV status. You can't discriminate, guys, on those, okay? Okay, so don't forget what is a good policy, sexual harassment policy, and a good I've never seen a good policy. You can't have a discrimination policy. It will be reflective in your other policies, but the question will be what would go into your proper sexual harassment policy. So you will say number one, it has to have definition of what sexual harassment is. Number two, it has to, by the way, the Employment Act provides that if you have more than 20 employees, 20, I think it's 20, mandatorily, check section 6, mandatorily you need a sexual harassment policy. So you will equally have a statement on the fact that every employee is entitled to employment free of any sexual harassment. Like it's your right not to be sexually harassed. Everybody cannot be sexually harassed. Equally, it has to have what is tantamount to sexual harassment. Equally, it has to explain how complaints will be made. If I've been sexually harassed, how do I make a complaint? And equally, it has to have a clause to the extent that such a complaint will not be disclosed to anyone, yeah, unless maybe the alleged offender. And then what are the penalties? Like, there has to be a punishment for a sexual offender who's telling people they're smelling nice in the law firm. And equally, there has to be someone who's in charge of implementing the sexual harassment policy, and equally like a review mechanism. We are going to be reviewing this policy maybe after every 1 year or after every 2 years. That's how we are going to be reviewing our sexual harassment policy. So all policies you have to make sure you're reviewing all your policies, maybe in periodical bits. So we discussed record management. I am looking at the course outline. The next thing is record management. So record management, oh Lord, that topic, people think it's easy. I think you guys know it's easy, but there's some aspects that you have to have read. So if you let me, okay, let me just check the slides. I'll project them, and then I am going to tell us what you might need for our purposes. Sindio, so this lecture 8. Let me project. Just give me. Oh, by the way, we're almost finishing. So easy. Don't worry. About mathematics. So record management. Well, we won't belabor the point on what record management is. Basically creation, management, and storage, and equally destruction of records. Like, how do you deal with records in your office? Yeah, after you open a file and then you close that file, how are you consequently going to deal with that file? Do you retain the file for a particular duration of time and then you destruct your records, or do you just destruct your records? So record management, that's how you define it: creation, management, storage, and destruction of records. The way do you keep records? Come on, guys. But let me just remind you keep records because for future reference, for legal evidence, planning, legal recruitment requirement, because you're not supposed to distract. You look at that act for distraction documents. You can keep them because you can't, or you can actually maintain them because you're required to maintain them by the law. Settlement of disputes, you can always check records and see how to settle a dispute. Equally comparison purposes, policy and decision making. That's why you would ideally maintain records. And if you ask me, you know these like offhand, yeah. Advantages of a good record management system: increase accessibility to info. Because everybody knows exactly where to get information in case they need. Oh Lord, just allow me to go to what I think you don't know. I know that you know, but just it's kind of important. It's very specific. The points are very specific. For example, these principles of good record management. Let me show you how I used to remember this using an acronym. So principles of good management system. So let me show you. Let me stop projecting this, and then we go to a blank screen. I'll show you how I used to remember principles of good record management. I know your brain is tired because this is the last paper. So you say, I used to say, okay, I of course I don't need it right now, but for your purposes you might need it. Katapira. By all means, 9 P's. Okay, so C, these are principles of good record management. C stands for compliance. So a good record management complies with the law equally, with any so it's with any policies that you might have on record keeping at so these are principles of good record management. And then A is for availability. The records have to be available when you want to look at them. And then T is for transparency. Transparency means that they should be available to be scrutinized, because guys have actually, it's a right to access information, especially for employees who want to access information about themselves. Equally, we have A is for accountability. Accountability means that you're able to account for where the records are at all times. So we don't ask you about a file and you have no idea where it is. You equally have no clue. Yet you're the clerk who's in charge of the files. So it has to be accountable, like you know exactly where everything is at all times. Yeah, you know who has what file. And then P stands for protection. These records have to be protected, like they don't leak. Client data doesn't leak. The store is in a manner that ensures confidentiality. Like no one has access. No one accesses if you don't intend them to access. And then I is for integrity. So integrity of your data basically means that there is no tampering with the records. They've been kept safe and they can be relied upon. There has been no tampering at all. And then R is for retention. So retention means that at the end of the active life of the record, then it can actually either be destroyed because you no longer need it. There is actually a duration which you can retain files for 1908, you know. And then A, oh Lord, we have another A. I've already told you guys availability, accountability. Oh my God, I have no idea what this A is for. And no clue at all. Let me see: accountability, integrity, retention, protection, disposition, transparency,
Maybe it's
compliance. I don't.
easily accessible.
Yeah. Or accessibility. Or maybe it's accessibility, by the way. Ebu, let's go to the slides. You see, I have no idea what it's for. Okay, let's see. But that's basically the acronym for principles of a good record management system. Okay. Yeah, so let's go back to the slides. Let's see what you are missing. The last A, probably it's accessibility. I would like to think it's actually makes a lot of sense. Also, Lily, we can see you. Also, you have a pretty name. She put on her camera too fast. I've put on my camera so many times. Okay, so it's a principle of accountability, integrity, retention, protection, disposition. Oh Lord, this we didn't discuss. The last day is disposition. Disposition is disposal period. After what period can we dispose? Transparency. I don't know what that is. I think it was just to enable remembrance. What does that do? Some accessibility, but it's not one of the principles. You know, these principles are set out over here. It's called the Association of Records Management and Administrators, whatever that is. It came up with those principles. But really, you can actually say accessibility. I don't even think those guys who examine this, they know, like per se, exactly what's in there. Yeah. So factors to consider when you want to retain or destruct a record includes the importance of the record. Yeah. Do you really need it? Maybe you want to come back to the record. Equally, you would look at the need for legal reference. Oh Lord, come on, guys. See this one, you know. Okay. Why would you retain a record? It's because you don't need it. So look at the importance, the need for future reference, need for legal reference. You might need it like a document in your list of documents for your plaint. Cost of storage. How much is it costing you to store it? If it's too expensive, then you might equally distract it. The legal requirements, the retention duration, the volume of the records. You might have duplication of records. You have it in soft, you have the whole file in a suitcase. So you might actually need to distract because you have it elsewhere, you know, or frequency of reference. At what point do you really need this document or you can access from Kenya Law? There is no need of keeping hard copies in your law firm, yet you can access case laws from Kenya Law. Equally, existence of duplicate records. If you already have them, then destroy them. Or the company policy, you can decide to destroy because the company policy dictates so. So how this has been examined so many times, I have no idea why, at least 2 times now. Method of record disposal, you know, again, this is something which you can't guess. So you can destroy. There are 2 types of destruction. Either you destroy, depending on what type it is. For paper record, a paper record is like a paper record. It's a paper, you know, like your book. You can destroy by number 1, recycling. So recycling is where you decide to use again. Number 2, you can destroy by shredding. Use like a shredding machine. You shred into tiny pieces and then you trash it. Equally, you can destroy a paper record by pulping. Pulping, especially for confidential info, is where you expose the paper to water and then it is used to manufacture something else. Yeah, that's pulping. You expose it to a lot of water, of course, it's destroyed, and then it is used again to manufacture something else. And then you can incinerating. Incinerating is where you now burn it. You expose it, you expose it to high temperature and then you burn. Like just burning, it's called incinerating. So these are your 4 modes of destroying paper record. You can recycle, you can shred, you can pulp, you can incinerate. Okay. For electronic records, let's say a record stored in your computer or in a flash disk. Yeah. You can either number 1, delete, like you click on that file, you delete it in your computer or your phone. Number 2, you can overwrite. Overwriting is where you decide to use that particular record for another purpose. Yeah, so you would, okay, for example, if you have a file, yeah, in your laptop, like you put something on top of that file, you know, so I don't know how it works, but I know it's, you guys, if you know what overwriting is, in very simple terms, you just type on the chat box because this is the dictionary meaning. Probably we even do it, yeah, but you have no idea. I think it's things for computer science. So you get someone to do it for you. They get data, meaningless data, and then put something else on top of that data. I have no idea how it works, but for your purposes, just how does it work, by the way? Who has ever done overwriting? Because the dictionary says you replace the info with new info. So you delete and then you replace. Okay, I think we will interrogate that some other day, but overwriting the dictionary meaning is you actually proceed and replace info in a computer file with new info. The dynamics of how it works, I have no idea. And then you can degauss. So degaussing or magnetic media is defined as destruction of data on a storage device by removing its magnetism, by removing its magnet. So does it mean data is stored in a magnet? Like you destroy by removing the magnet. So probably that it won't exist. You replace, oh Lord. So it is destruction of data by removing the magnetism of that, maybe the hard disk, the flash disk. So it means it is destroyed. It's no longer there, no longer exists. You could equally physical destruction. You can destroy it physically. Like you just crash your laptop, you know? So everything on that laptop dies with your laptop. Or you just decide to just crash your hard disk so hard, everything in there, it's destroyed. You can do physical destruction of electronic records, for example, destroying wherever they're stored to a point of beyond repair. Okay, so those are the methods of record disposal. For filing, filing is basically arranging information, classifying, arranging info so that you can retrieve them easily. Importance of filing, come on guys. So rules of filing, file daily, yeah, file neatly. You can properly punch your document. Don't punch documents that are longer than others, you know. Equally, make sure you avoid using very bulky files. Imagine a file in a suitcase, you know. Avoid removing records without using an out guide. An out guide basically shows who's taken the file and when are you going to bring back the file. So don't go with the file forever. Equally, label all files clearly, file correctly, don't misfile. Like you file a file for children matter in another file for conveyancing. So file correctly, file everything where it's supposed to be. So I'm not going to belabor on what you determine when picking a filing system. Of course, you ensure the period of storage, whether you have enough storage space, what's the cost of storage, whether you need to train the staff on that, filing system, and the storage arrangement in your filing system. Where exactly is your location for filing? Is it within the registry? Is it a separate place? Equally, consider the equipment that you might need for filing, because you might need to purchase equipment for filing and your classification system. But then I want us to discuss filing methods and classification systems because other things you know, yeah? So filing methods include horizontal method. Horizontal method is where you panga your files horizontally, like you place them on top of each other, like the way you've placed your book in your bookshelf or on your study desk, the way they're lying on each other. So you keep them on a flat position on top of each other. That's horizontal. And then vertical filing method is where you keep them in an upright position. Like now they're standing, they're not lying down. So that's vertical, yeah? You keep them standing up, not standing up, honestly. They're kept on an upright position. And then suspension filing, the easiest way to see suspension filing, just Google it. You see how suspensions look like. Just type on your Google search suspension. You'll remember it effortlessly. So suspension filing is where a drawer is fitted with some frames, yeah, from which pocket folders are suspended, and then you keep your files over there. So there are some packets. There's some packets which you fit in a drawer, and then you keep your files in those suspensions. Just Google it. I have no better words, but it's a filing method.